All right, what do we got going on here? I almost considered just starting immediately. I need to calibrate all the cameras. Base procedure. Check. Burn the subs procedure. Check. Arm procedure. Now, I really wish I could differentiate between the two Logitech cameras, because it'd be nice to get all the procedures in. I could even make a multi-action that just does all of that at one button push. Calibrates all the cameras, turns on the lights. I should have sent specific commands to these things, because apparently my desk is now acting up. Turn that off and on again. Maybe the Tasmodo device inside of there is gonna actually get recalibrated. Yeah, the chat basically, it was Leb TV Live, really, was the one that told me, you know, I should move all this stuff to Tasmodo. And Node Red. Tasmodo, of course, locks down the devices, so you know that China isn't monitoring your lights. And then Node Red allows me to, there we go, allows me to send signals over the network in order to activate all the lights. And right now I've got them as toggles. So I hit lights toggle and it turns on all the lights that I need in order to stream that I don't normally run in here. Yes, hi engineer. How's it going, fan? How you doing? Yeah, progress has been slow on this, and unfortunately interested parties have been quite exasperated with the amount of time that this is taking, and I do admit that I don't want to have 5,000 streams of just me building this stupid computer, but I want to get it right. And so there's that drive to get everything right. Because it's not, I mean, aside from... Here, I need to redo the arm procedure so that the gain... I don't know what's with the gain on this camera. I guess that's where it is. 207... I'm gonna wait a little bit, and then I'm gonna give myself a little bit more insulin. I figured out why after lunch, by the way. I'm changing topics on a dime here. The reason that my glucose levels would get so incredibly high after eating lunch was that 50 carbohydrates is the maximum that I can punch into this thing before it says, hey, you're injecting too much insulin. I'm gonna go ahead and chop that off at that limit for you. And it's like, that's not helpful. But that's what it does. So what I need to do is split the amount of carbs, and a hoagie roll is 82 carbohydrates. 82 carbohydrates, not including any of the lunch meats, the mayo, and something like that. 50 carbs is nothing? That's actually quite a bit. 57 carbs is like the median for microwave food, which is ridiculous. 2 slices of bread, well, about 30 carbs. I've been counting carbs for a long time. I just reprinted some of these wire tie-downs, and I need to kind of keep them separate from the others, because these are a revision, a better revision in some cases. Let's see. Yeah, and I printed a lot of them because I need them. These are tall, these are tall. Okay, so keep these over here. This song's kind of cool. It's real dark. It's unfortunate, yeah. The insulin pump, like, limiting the amount of insulin that I can give as a safety measure. The problem is 50 carbohydrates might not be a lot, but it takes a lot of insulin for me to manage it, right? And so that runs into the limits of what the pump can do. It was a fairly common thing back in the day to assume that you don't need nearly as much insulin, and that it was wrong that I needed so much. Well, I weigh about 250,000 pounds, which is something that I'm getting to fix soon, even though I ate a hoagie this afternoon, which was a mistake. I'm gonna lower my portions on everything, and of course, wake up and get exercise. That's what I really need to do. But yeah, so the thing is, like, I need to lose weight because as I lose weight, I become more sensitive to external insulin. I ain't got any of that internal insulin stuff, so you know how it is. Anyway, that's my update. Yeah, I ate a hoagie. I couldn't stand it anymore. I've been getting by on very small lunches for the past couple days, but I just had to eat something. I didn't sleep last night because of allergies, apparently. I've been coughing a lot, and just like all of a sudden, right? I moved to Virginia back in the day, right? I went from Pennsylvania to Virginia back to Pennsylvania. I've never lived in a state. They're all commonwealths. So I moved from Pennsylvania to Virginia, and I guess the local fauna or flora, the local flora was completely different down there, just a couple hours south. And so my allergies stopped. I no longer had them. I was like, whoa, this is great. I don't have allergies. Even though, you know, I've the biggest by a tombstone already. I know, I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking dead. I've always had congestion. I went to Burning Man, which took me to Arizona, which took me to like no humidity. And oh my God, did you know that your face is mostly hollow? More so for chat than me. That was an empty head joke. Anyway, I did not know that there was so much sinus. Like I could take a breath in and feel it here. Like it was like you could feel it like behind like upper cheekbones and stuff like that. That was nuts. That's only happened once when I went, you know, to a low humidity environment. It was nuts. But like I went to Virginia and didn't have any allergies, which means no itchy roof of mouth, congestion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And I moved back to Pennsylvania, and apparently that broke my immune system, my broken diabetic immune system. And so I didn't get bad allergies for the longest time. Now it's like year like 6 back, more than that, year whatever back in Pennsylvania. And finally this summer, today, I have shitty fucking allergies. It's the worst. I've been coughing and just like eyes itching and stuff like that. Like it's a bad day for it. It's like 70% humidity out here today. Also 70%, what is it? Index something or other. I don't know what that is. Whatever. Anyway, I'm partially cleaning up. I want to show you guys the PC case in blacklight because it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. I've been dying in this weather we're having recently. Top that with heat stroke from traveling to London on Sunday. Oh boy. It's not been a great birthday holiday. Well, almost an engineer. Happy birthday holiday. 70% Perkele index. Well, I'll believe it. Oh, you too. At least it's a little cooler for you freaking Europeans. You guys got like a 10-degree difference. The longitude that we share is with Spain here in Pennsylvania. So we have the Spanish weather. So I wanted to get this in shape. Well, you know, we could just start. We could just start, because I mean, I'm starting to lose motivation on the project. Laser board, blacklight case. I see where this is going. Yeah. I was considering it, Schmide. I was wondering if instead of the board, I could have a galvo motor and I could do a glow in the dark wall. And then I could have the galvo motor just do the blue laser on the glow in the dark wall, and then the after image would stay up. So if we got the galvo motors, which I have 2 galvo motors. How much are galvo motors these days? How much are galvo motors? These were like super special back in the day. I don't think they're special anymore. They're not special anymore. $70? That's not that bad. And they come with the driver too. Driver scares me. I don't know what to do with the driver. See, I've got 2 ancient galvo motors that I've been wondering how to Victorigo? Victoriargot? Yeah, anyway, these are like the drivers scare me. I don't know what to do with the driver. 79F, 64%. That's about what it is. What is the, oh no, it's 82 here. We're in the 25 degrees Celsius mark. Yeah, galvo motors are pretty cool. You can wiggle them pretty nicely. And I would love to set up a blue laser galvo setup and then put that on glow in the dark stuff. Because then you can write stuff or rasterize an image, and then you can, the after image of the glow in the dark stuff stays. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Hover zoom, but it doesn't actually zoom. Yeah, it's the same. That's I mean, I get a little tiny bit more detail, but it's like, and then sometimes you'll hover over and zoom and it'll be smaller. I've seen that before. I didn't log it, but it's so annoying. It's like, thanks for that zoomed in image. At least they have different images. Seat Studio's pretty decent too. I don't mind them. This is a different design to galvo motors than I have. I've got like old scientific ones, but this is basically the idea, is that you put 2 mirrors on it and it's your X and your Y. Steam does that with screenshots. They're always smaller when clicked. I hate how you have to click like 75 times in Steam in order to get to your screenshot so that you can post it so somebody else can see it. Here's the screenshot. No, wait, no. Okay, no, wait, no. Okay, here's the one. I can't wait for the Steam Deck. I don't know what everybody else is. Everybody's talking the same stuff about the Steam Deck over and over again, and they seem to be concentrating on the wrong things. Steam Deck is basically your small form factor portable PC. And the thing is, from the emails that I've seen between Gaben's replies to random emails, that they're treating it like a computer. And I don't know how easily serviceable it's gonna be. We're gonna find out. I don't know how easily serviceable it's gonna be, but I'm gonna fucking buy one. I don't care. $700, it's a cell phone. I won't upgrade my cell phone for a long time, I guess. It's kind of a sucky price tag, but I feel like I'm gonna get usage out of it, because then I can just be like in bed playing computer games. Or power outages. Hello. Northeast, hanging power lines, power outages. That's a thing around here. So I still haven't figured out how to find screenshots. In the Steam overlay, on the lower left, there's a button specifically for screenshots. So I just hammer that F12 gun all the time. Be super nice for old Lego games. Yeah, and emulators for games that you own. Don't ban me, Twitch. In Minecraft. There you go. There, that's how you get around it. It's cool that they're treating it like a normal PC, right? It's gonna be like, to a degree. We'll evaluate that, how serviceable it is, how much we can get into it, because the drive is just an M.2 drive, right? We can just swap it out. Okay, this is getting real deep, dark club, dark, super dark, man. Can't wait to rush B on it. You might be able to. I don't know how much like a modern AAA game is gonna crunch battery. But yeah, it's the thing is, like, I think it would be really good for the glut of indie games that I've been meaning to play. That's my main thing with it. People were talking about, like, oh, for that price tag, it better be able to run AAA games. It's like, nah, it's not really going to be able to do that. There might be graphical, like, you know, you completely hamstring all the graphics on your AAA game, and maybe it'll play old AAA games, sure. But yeah, the old Humble Bundle games that we all have. Comes with a backpack with a Tesla battery. No, okay, hold on. That cough is because of allergies. If you get like one of those Halo backup batteries for like jumping your car, you could say, I got one so that I could jump my car. Oh shit, the one in my car is still sitting under the floorboards. I should look into that. It's getting kind of hot out, and I don't know if the lithium-ion battery is going to be too happy. I've been meaning to hook it up to a solar panel that I could put on top of the tailgate, and then it would get like a trickle charge every now and then. But yeah, those Halo backup battery things are awesome. And if you get one of those, I'm wondering how much battery life you're going to get out of the thing. For me, it would just be like, you know, USB-C cable, run the thing, put the Halo on the bed, run it from there during a power outage in Minecraft. This is too dark. Lighten up. activity. Last online 26 days ago. Ah, copyright strikes again. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see it. The forky, there we go. Nouns, Steam Deck, deposit. How am I supposed to find the date? What does that mean? Because it's not listed here. Well, let me go back down to where that was. Yeah, it just says now owns. Oh, I bought mine just after Jack Packard. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know what that. Click on it, but then it takes me to the landing page. Oh, click on the post. Okay, I gotta scroll all the way down again. Yeah, it just takes me to the thing. Oh, reserved on your expected order, Q2 2022. Q2. How are you Q2s doing today? Might be on BTS 4 by then. Don't count your something, I don't know. Yeah, apparently all the IGN games, all the games that IGN played on it, they did via micro SD. So that's pretty cool. All right, let's just get started. Let's just get started. I'm gonna pause you. Set up, start soon. I want to put some alcohol into this spray can before we get rolling here, just for the wacky goodness of it all. So hold on, let me just. These are some stupid refillable white products kind of things. Somebody put their sticker on it, but they're, excuse me, they're air pressure bottles that store sprayable stuff. I've not ever done a drinking stream. I had alcohol once on stream. I'm gonna turn on the compressor down here, so there's gonna be a little noise. Not a lot though. Let me get my alcohol. Thanks for the inspiration to start fixing things again. Hey, yeah, hell yeah, Driz. Just found a 4K 55-inch 4K 55-inch curved Samsung by the recycle, and all it had was a blown cap. God bless the capacitor plague. Also, curse the capacitor plague. All in the same sentence. Man, that compressor's really annoying. It'll turn off soon. Once it gets to 100 PSI, these things can handle 200 PSI. I need to go buy more rubbing alcohol. Might be a little too much. That's all right, though. Whew, that stuff is potent. Keep fires away from that. I could make it spray goof off, but that would be an absolute fucking disaster. All right, so this thing on here. Screw it in until that O-ring can do its job. All right. And then the bicycle valve. Good old, is that Schrader? And then I had to buy this thing, which is unfortunately digital, but it is a little bicycle filler to air hose line. So I'm gonna get the air hose here, hook it up. All right, I guess I gotta turn this thing on. I hate having to turn pressure valves on. All right, and then this onto here, and then fill her up to 97.7 PSI. All right, there he is. Now I can unhook this thing. Poof. Lots of thuds and pops. It's always fun to play with the air hose. All right, and then turn off the compressor. Did I do that already? No, now it's off. All right, so get this thing out of the way. And now I've got a little alcohol sprayer, which will probably run out of pressure pretty quickly, but... Ah! Ooh, just shot it across the room. Nice. All right, cool. Oh yeah, on thermals that'll look kind of cool. I should probably put a label on that, because I think the other one I want to put oil in. Everything smells like alcohol now. Yeah, I got all these dark spots where the alcohol is evaporating. Eye burning spray. Yeah, if I ever get attacked. I probably put too much liquid in this because you want a big pressure vessel on top of that liquid. But all right, anyway, let me put that aside. I just wanted to test that out before we got started, just in case I really need to clean something off in an emergency, like a keyboard. Like a keyboard. Okay, so you guys can see the computer right now. It's standing up on end, which is kind of like what this thing will be doing when I travel with it. But what I want to do is continue on with these cable tie downs, these little hold downs, in order to organize all the wires underneath. And this is looking pretty schmexy right now. It looks pretty good. But that's because there's kind of a lack of stuff down here right now. I need to redo the power buttons. So there's a small, an ever dwindling list of things that I still need to do in order to make this into a computer finally. We're gonna do some stuff. We're gonna print out some stuff for it, but I'm waiting for one wire to come in the mail. So we're gonna do, I'll show you guys how I made the wire tie downs, and then we're gonna do something else, right? So I'm not just gonna faff about with wires all day, although that is gonna be most of the day today. That's unfortunately where we are. I've finished doing the fans. I've finished doing the fans for the side. What I did in order to get them to fit properly was to lift up this piece another 2 millimeters. So unfortunately I had, that's BTS focus, where's the arm focus? There we go. Well, unfortunately what I had to do was push this thing out another 2 millimeters, but that finally created enough room for me to put all of the stuff in here and on the ends and stuff. Now I've got these little tiny circuit boards that are working as little distribution plates. So these things they've got little high-rose connectors in them so that they take up a minimal amount of room. And I've got it basically hooked up to the side of the, God damn it, the side of the 3D print. And that gets them out of the way. They're sort of in this empty space on the end. So you can kind of see it right in there. Hello? There we go. You can kind of see it like in there. And I could actually put an LED on that, which would be kind of neat. But that distributes power to the 3 fans per bank, I guess. I don't know. There's 6 fans on the side of this thing in 3s. So there's 3 on one side, 3 on the other. And that's what that circuit board does. I also directly soldered wires to one of them so that one of them has wires directly soldered to it and goes all the way to the other one with a plug. And then this one has a plug that then goes in to the one part of the heatsink and then onto the power supply PCB where it'll get 12 volts and stuff. Hellcat22, thank you for following. Same with Haploid. Yeah, I was considering putting a blue LED on it, but I haven't messed with that yet. I kind of just wanted to get it wired. So that's all wired, and that's because I pushed it out 2 millimeters, and now there's just barely enough room for these things to be on. They're not pressed against the heatsink, so there's a little bit of an opening, which I guess that's probably okay. And look at this thing. Why is that leaning to the side like that? I think this is leaning this way. Look at that. You can see a little bit of the corner cube there. Can't see it up there. I don't know why that is. I don't know what's doing that. That's so weird. I mean, maybe the cleat inside is a little off center and I could flip it around. So strange. Wires bending around the holes in fiberglass. This is carbon fiber, which means it's conductive. I'm not really worried about it because they're not under any strain and there's no vibration in this system. So I don't have to worry about them like vibrating against the edge of the hole and then fraying. Like, you know, to make it really professional, I should probably put a grommet on that, but I'm not going to buy grommets. I don't care. I don't care that much. All right, so that's the power supply. That's done. Fan in the front, that's done. Graphics card held down, done. Back plate printed, okay. There's something wrong with my Z-axis, so this stuff on the end is a little bit bad, and it actually sticks out by 1 millimeter. I looked at the back of it, I was like, yeah, it finally finished, and everything's perfect. I put it all together. And then later I was working on it, and I flipped up the computer on its side, and I was like, wait, what the hell? So apparently something is wrong with my Z-axis, and probably everybody already knows that there's something wrong with my Z-axis, but I don't know what the hell happened over here. What the fuck? Like, so my Z-axis, I don't know if it bumped itself higher or something is just fucked up with this print, because it never comes out properly. All the other stuff came out perfectly. I think maybe somewhere within 10 millimeters of the bed, there's something wrong on the Z's. So I've gotta investigate that. I need to basically brush all of the grease off of them and then run them up and down 10 millimeter. But for the most part, everything else worked all right. I mean, this isn't like 1 millimeter taller than it should be. Maybe it is, and I just don't know that. But yeah, everything is now in orange. I was considering whether or not to put blue LEDs inside of this. I can't really put LEDs inside of this unless I run a wire. Like, maybe I could drill a hole in the bottom, run a wire down and out. But I'm not gonna worry about that right now. The power supply has all the connections it needs, and they're all in the right wire gauge. Everything's looking up for this build. The only thing I'm missing is a printout cover for this circuit board over here for the CPU power, which is 95 watts. And so that's got its maximal amount of wire. I decided to not use as much of the spiral wrap in certain places. Now I might re-spiral wrap some of this stuff, but the spiral wrap kind of melted when it was in contact with some of this stuff. So I'm a little worried about, you know, using spiral wrap near the power supply. I don't need to. I've got it on the AC cables, but those should be okay too. But yeah, I got rid of the spiral wrap in order to run these guys underneath, all the organizing things underneath. So what I was talking about with the power buttons, I'm gonna, instead of running one big spiral wrap wire, I am gonna run 2 smaller spiral wrapped wires, and I'm gonna replace these wires with the flexible kind. These don't need to be large. All they do is buttons and LEDs. You don't need this gauge. They can be super duper thin if you want them to. So I'm gonna make them as thin as the fan wire over here, the grouping of cables for the fan, and I'm gonna make them 2 so that I can run them up, or sorry, they come out here. So I can run them over, down, and then into here. So over, down, possibly another cleat, or just over, down, and then they follow these 2 in. And those will go up into everything else. But I ran out of the cleats, and this one's a little weird and small for some reason. I think this spiral wrap is different from this spiral wrap. These are the wires from the capacitor. I made special cleats for those. So the other special cleat that I need, you don't have any in your many assorted boxes of things you got for other projects? No. In order to run the hard drive, I've been wrestling with this SATA cable. Not this specific one, but the one like it. Right? So what is a SATA cable? What is a man but a collection of lies? What is a SATA cable, I ask you, chat? You might be able to see where this is going. Computer people, prepare to cringe. Ah! Ha ha! I win! I'm the wiener! So inside we've got 2 wires that are heavily shielded. Whoa! This camera needs a little help. Hold on. This camera needs a little help. I need to do a little thing with this camera first. Hold on. Let's microscope, properties, configure video. You guys have been through this before. I really wish I could automate this for this camera. 4300. My gain is all the way up to 200. What are you doing up there, gain? All the auto stuff is turned off. That's so weird. So okay. Let me explain to you guys what happened with this camera. Because this is a Logitech camera, Logitech doesn't give a shit about their drivers, right? And so because Logitech doesn't give a shit about their drivers, you can see how I just changed the FPS and the thing got bright as shit. So because Logitech doesn't care about the drivers, they don't care about what state you left the camera in. So you can spend all day tuning your camera to look perfect. You can tune your camera all over the place, and it can look, you can have professional, high quality looking 1080p video coming out of these things, right? They're worth their weight in gold. These are good cameras. However, the drivers are so shitty, even if you install the professional Logitech application, it will forget your settings over and over and over again. And so there's like some weird bug with the camera where you have to flip it down to 30 FPS and then flip it back up to highest. And in doing so, it will then, the gain will go all crazy like it did earlier. And then you can then come back in and give it all the settings. So this is why I used Node Red with all of the Stream Deck stuff, because I could automate what I just did. And so having done that, we now get good video that I'm in control of. God, that is annoying. All right, I'm gonna pull the microscope back a little bit. Get that out of the way. All right, so anyway, SATA cable. What is in a SATA cable? Well, SATA cable, it's got Hermit's so hard. Hey, oh bother. Sorry, this is a weird question. Well, that's a lot of bits, man. 500. If you were thrown back into pre-industrial society, what technology could you introduce from memory alone? Nothing. I would die of diabetes like immediately. Plus, pathogens and shit would definitely kill me. It's like, what could I introduce? Well, I'd be like, I need a copper wire. They're like, what the fuck is copper? What could I introduce? I don't know, man. I would die almost immediately before I could introduce anything. It's a long road to get to the technologies that you could really introduce. I could introduce cryptocurrency. Now, I don't even understand cryptocurrency myself. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if I wasn't diabetic, what could I introduce to prehistoric man? I don't even know where to start. I have approximate knowledge of so many different things. I don't know how I would do. If it was a survival situation, I'd just fucking die. I'd be like, you know what, just eat me. I'm done. You guys can, you know. Don't forget to baste me in my own fat, because that'll bring out the flavor. Yeah, the improved pointy stick. It depends on where you are, where you're at, and like what other technologies you have to sort of count on, right? Like, where would you even start? I mean, it would be like I don't even know where to find metal and rocks. I know, like, survival games. Like, oh yeah, you tap your pickaxe against a tree and then you can build a hatchet, and then I die. And then I die. I don't know, maybe I could do like kinematics. Certain degree of kinematics. I'd introduce them to the ballista or the trebuchet, and I'd call it the bother. And so you'd have instead of trebuchet memes, they'd be bother memes. So yeah, serial ATA has a differential pair of solid wires in it. Differential pair of solid wires. I showed them. I'm gonna show you them in this sacrificial cable that I have absolutely no use for. So you've got a ground wire, which is just like a couple like stranded-ish kind of wires. Actually, these are solid. So you got two solid wires that are spiraled around a foil jacket, and that's in order to promote electrical conductivity onto the jacket. The jacket is, of course, foil, and so it is conductive and it is shielding. So ground wires, shielding. It's very important in this differential pair. You got two differential pairs, and they're shielded to within an inch of their lives. Now, the wires that I am getting basically have much less plastic around them, and so I should theoretically be able to spiral wrap this and get the same data transfer rates and all that fun stuff. I just need to make sure that it plugs in all right, because that's the problem that I've been having, is with the SATA plug, like, kind of getting a little bit discombobulated, and then I run into issues where my computer won't start up, or weird shit happens and it you know, turns off and stuff like that. So basically what I want to do is replace this flat wire with a couple round ones, and that will allow me to turn the bend and do stuff like that without it getting stupid, right? Yeah, the two round thin cables, the like server style ones, right? Is there something wrong with those? Are those okay? I don't remember why I don't use those. Maybe because they're blue. I feel like I had some. You know what? I think I had some, but they ran to the that weird server connector. I don't have one of those, do I? No, not on this board. Some of the other boards I have those. I was wondering if it was this one. I only saw them on the interwebs. Yeah, I guess I'm going to try them out. They say they have the same transfer rate. Now, here's the thing with this foil. It's hard to find the end of it. So I'm just, what I've been doing is just working the end and kind of just like twisting. And there we go. See, that's split it. Because it's all it is a small strip of material. It's like Mylar with like a plastic backing, right? So that's, technically it's conductive. I feel like nothing is in focus ever. So yeah, layer of Mylar, essentially. It's not really Mylar. It's, well, I don't know what it is. It's metal coated on plastic. You can thank NASA for that one. So there's plastic there, metal there. What they put it in like a vacuum chamber with like high voltage, and it's a cool process if you ever get to see it. But inside of that, we've got two, of course, jacketed wires, because you don't want them short out on each other. And those wires are... Okay, I broke it. Solid conductor. Just a solid conductor. So that it can carry quite a bit of current at high speeds. A pair of undercooked noodles. Not quite undercooked noodles. They bend. Undercooked noodles don't bend. Well, undercooked. Okay, you're right. They're al dente. But yeah, ow, I just poked my hand with that. But yeah, solid wire that runs directly into the plug. I don't know what exactly the structure is inside of here. I would guess that it's as much of a direct connection as you can get, just so that because when you go through like the plug, there's all kinds of interfaces there that can eat away at your conductivity in the wire. So I assume they streamlined some of that in order to get it to move as fast as possible, because this thing is sporting not only 2, 4, 8 solid wires inside of it. It's not incredibly flexible. Not only that, but if you're running SATA cables and you're working with them a lot in industry, you don't want to overflex these a lot, because with solid wires don't really turn corners all that well. Solid wires don't turn corners compared to stranded wires, because stranded wires will take a circuitous path around the corner, more like a spring and less like a piece of wire that is directly fatigued by the bend. Capiche? So with these cables, if I did this in order to pack that flat cable, first of all, it really doesn't want to bend. It kind of it's kind of tempting me. I want to put it in a vise and just squish it. But I'm not going to do that because it'll stress out the cables, and it's really just not good for that kind of thing. It really should be doing smooth moves for everything. So eventually, over time, if you're plugging in a lot of hard drives of these things, like, you got to watch out for stress. It should be rated pretty well, though. But yeah, solid wire is better for the data transfer. It can carry more stuff, more current. And the higher current, the more definitive the signal, the blah, 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 blah. There's reasons behind it, but they're all like that. That's why, you know, cable modems and stuff are the go-to technology over phone wires. Although a lot of phone wires are solid, but like a lot of phone wires are also stranded. But yeah, more copper, better. So solid wire, more copper, better. Anyway, I'm sure there's more engineering stuff that I could dig up on that and give an actual reasoned explanation behind it, but I didn't do any homework, so I don't remember. Anybody in chat knows, feel free to chime in. It'd be great to get more information. I didn't do my homework. So yeah, anyway, that's what's inside of a SATA cable, and that's why they're so unwieldy and annoying. Now, I bought an 8-inch cable, so considering the way guys explain stuff, that means I'm not going to have much cable to work with, probably about 5 inches. And we'll see about where that actually gets the hard drive. So I don't know where the hard drive is going to go on this underplate. I need to see what 8 inches is all about. I've never had 8 inches before. And so wherever that'll put my hard drive on this plate, I can then plan for clips to go to it. So right here, we have the cable that I made for power, and that's 4 strands. Don't go to 4strand, that's a terrible website. But 4 strands coming out of this thing, and they cross over. They're really annoying. So at one of the locations that this actually goes to, like for instance, when it goes to the power supply, I'll have it just cross over. And I'm tempted to spiral wrap the stuff that pops up on the other side of this. I'm not going to make cable clips that clip it in space. That's too organized for me. But I think bare wire is fine. I'm going to keep bare wire around the power supply just because shit like this keeps happening. Where, you can't see that. You keep doing this. At the power supply, this keeps happening. Actually, I think this is at the processor. I think this is whenever, at some point, maybe I like loaded an EA game or something. At some point, my processor went absolutely fucking ape shit and burnt away. Oh, you know what? No, the short one goes to the processor, and the long one goes to the power supply. So the long one went to the power supply, and it's melted. Shrink wrap's fine. Wire's probably okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this with I'm going to keep this temp sender, because this one is hard-coded into the fan setup. So I'm going to keep this temp sender, and I'm going to shrink wrap it, and I'm going to use silicone jacketed wires, and I'm not going to use spiral wrap. That's actually, I don't know, man. Maybe I should use spiral wrap, because the wires are so small that once they're spiral wrapped, I could then put that into the clamps. Basically what this thing does right here is this carries signals from the CPU and the PSU, the two big temperature creating things, and it brings it back to a little exhaust fan in my desk. And that exhaust fan in my desk is rather important because it keeps hot air from wafting up in my face, and it keeps cool air washing over my entire computer while it's in the restricted environment of the keyboard tray. This plug, I'm going to drill a hole for closer to, it's basically between the power supply and the graphics card, which is the opposite location. It used to be over here. Now it's going to be over here, which means that I need to swap the cable lengths for these two. So I need to remake that. Speaking of air wafting, yeah, right? So yeah, anyway, that's some of the stuff that I have going on right now. I want to show you guys how I'm creating these cable tie downs, these little cable collectors. We're going to make a group of them for the 4-wire cable here. I'm not sure whether or not I should keep the SATA drive cable separate yet, but I do want to start those 3D prints before we move on. When we move on, I want to hook the power supply up to a dummy load. Not power, I wanted to do a full computer power on today, but I ordered a new one of these SATA cables, and so that gets here on Wednesday. I think this will be the last time that we mess with the computer, except maybe I'll take it out at some point, like when I've got it verified and fully running, if the power supply doesn't explode today. When I've got it running and like ready to go, maybe we can do like a shakedown test on it and see how it handles heat. But I want to do a shakedown test of the power supply. Now, people were asking how you would boot something up like this, and I don't have many provisions to do this sequentially. So a lot of what I've done is spend time. You need to spend the time with the multimeter and your schematic. And you need to spend the time with your multimeter and your schematic. You need to probe out all the connections. That's what I did. So one of the connections, you look at power and ground, right? So 120 volts in and neutral. Are there any shorts? How many ohms are on the line? If it is like 500K, you're probably okay. We'll do a little bit of that. And I'll show you guys, but it's really pedantic. You need to be really fucking pedantic in order, like if you're dealing with 120 volts and 300 volts and stuff, you need to be pedantic about it, because that 300 volt line, I can't just power it up and test it. I tried back in the day, and it fucking exploded. It made it a ground loop with neutral and 300 volt negative DC for some reason. And it made a huge spark and a very brown trouser moment for me working at my old house. It was nuts. My oscilloscope survived the ordeal. It may be rated for 300 volts AC, but yeah, it's rated for it, but the ground loop was a big problem. So that's something to watch out for. And so the only way that I can really prepare for powering up this power supply is to probe all of the connections to make sure that nothing is awry. Make sure that there's no solder bridges, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I've done that with this. We'll do a little bit more just to put me at ease. And then I want to power that up. I want to hook it up to a dummy load. So I'll have to make a cable to hook it up to the dummy load. Actually, I have a cable. I don't know if it's going to survive the current. We'll have to do a couple calculations. But yeah, that's what I want to do today. So we'll start with the 4 cable thing. And actually, I want to show you guys this thing in black light, because this is a thing about the orange. A thing about the orange 3D print filament is that it is quite reactive to black light. Now let's get this thing to fit in first of all. Is that the right side? Oh, that's why. Flip it, flip it, flip it. I'm not a fan of the orange, I have to admit, guys. I finally got through all the 3D prints and I took one look at the orange and I went, you know, it doesn't quite work for me. It doesn't quite work for me. I don't like how bold the orange is against this. Now, I'm not gonna do it, but if I went back to the old rails, it would look pretty goddamn good. Orange and black would be a good look. And the black with the black screw and the black grating. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it though. If anything, I think what I'm gonna do is once I get the computer up and running again, I think I'm gonna print this in gray. It's a little boring in gray. I like the purple more. But I think the gray would print successfully for everything, like the first time off, because the gray sticks to stuff like you wouldn't believe. But all right, so here, set up lights toggle. Now, lights stand toggle. There we go. So now it looks like everything is perfectly lit over here, but it's actually quite dark. You can see by the trails left by the camera, everything is a little discombobulated. But for ultraviolet glue, here, let's turn off thermals. For ultraviolet glue, I've got this pen light. Oh, you guys can't really see it very well without it being completely dark. But yeah, under UV, this is like bright as hell. At night, this looks a lot different. It's not really showing up on the camera right now. I'm not gonna mess with the settings in order to give you guys a good impression of it, but it's quite toasty in the dark. Actually, I think I have a picture on my phone. Hold on, let me open that up. Yeah, you can kind of see it, but not really. Hold on, set up, lights toggle, lights, stand, there we go. Okay. All right, let me show you the picture I took on the computer. Oh, my battery's low. Camera, this one, back. There you go. So in black light, it is pretty crazy. It's pretty intense under black light. That was before I finished the power supply, though. Well, I said I'd show it on stream, but apparently the camera really dislikes showing stuff as it is. I don't live in the back of a Spencer's Gifts, though. You would be fooled by the amount of comedy farts and Invader Zim references, but I don't live in the back of a Spencer's Gifts, so I don't have black lights. I don't feel like seeing my teeth. And what is that thing? Like, apparently diabetics can get like cloudy eyes in black light. I don't have that yet. I checked last night. Hot Topic, same place. Hot Topic, Spencer's Gifts, you know, the black light room. All right, so let me show you guys the process of making these clips, because we can make one for the four wire connector, and then we can noodle around with the power supply, noodle around with an extremely high powered power supply, and scare the ever-loving shit out of myself, or you'll see a grown man cry and end stream if this thing breaks, because that means that I am shopping for hundreds of dollars in modules, because I wouldn't know which part broke specifically. No pressure. I'm fairly confident that this will work, because we literally just moved parts from one board to another, and then I did all the same revisions. I would like to revisit the power supply project, but that would take like a couple months, and this has already taken too much time. So I'm reusing the old circuit board. I would love to redo this to be a little bit more functional, and then redo the code in the ATtiny85, etc. We're just keeping this going. Wait, no, don't predict yet. We're not going to do a prediction yet. Wait until the moment, because we just need to spend a couple minutes in Fusion 360 making a thing for this. It'll be done by the land weekend. Well, okay, you guys got to know. Like, I know, haha, funny. You know, okay, haha, funny. Like, bother, can't get projects done on time. But you gotta remember that the expectations for this project changed midway through. the expectations for this project changed midway through. First, it was, let me pull apart the computer, improve 2 or 3 things, which, sorry about the burp if you guys could hear that. Diet Dr. Pepper. They're not paying me money. Don't buy this stuff. It'll rot your guts. Anyway, they'll give you kidney stones. So the thing about this project is it started out with, I have a LAN party coming up and my friends hate my computer. They hate it. It's too loud. It sounds like a vacuum cleaner. So how do I solve that? Well, I've had this heatsink ready to go. All I need to do is put fans on it. So all we'd need to do is adapt a couple 60mm fans to the side of the computer case. And that would involve a couple 3D printed parts, because this isn't 60mm tall. It should have been, but it's not. I made it minimalistically tall. It's barely any headroom above this. And then the modules basically dictated what the height was. Actually, I think the old computer, that case that this was in, dictated the height. Momofi! Thank you for following. Hey, mahalo! Aloha, mahalo. I don't know if what I'm saying is correct. Subbed for 23 months. Dude, thank you so much. We'll put you on the board in just a second, okay? Let me just finish explaining. I didn't turn the board on yet. So, same computer size, 60mm fans, different heatsink with a greater surface area. That was it. And then, clean out all the dust, right? That was it. That was all we were going to do. But LAN party got canceled. And so because the LAN party got canceled, I decided, well, why don't we put in that carbon fiber base plate that I've been thinking about doing? Why don't we attach that heatsink properly like I've been thinking about doing? Why don't I redo the grid holding stuff like I've been thinking about doing? Why don't I buy that grid that I've been looking at for a while? Oh, but I can't fit the power thing in there now, so I got to make a back plate. Oh, and the capacitor brick looks like complete ass against the rest of this project, so why don't we make a cover for it? Oh, and the input connector for the GPU looks like a pile of clay. Let's redo that. Well, now the GPU can flop around, so let's put a hold down on the end there. I could put a fan on the side. This one didn't have much justification. I should make a fancy front cover because you can't really see the carbon fiber, and I want to bring that look of the countersunk screws and the carbon fiber into the front. Now, keep in mind, I've been wrestling with this design right here, this piece of the whole project, this little carbon fiber plate with the buttons on it. I'm like, I could put a carbon fiber plate in the middle of this and have just the edges of the hexagonal grating. That would look really cool. No, we didn't do that. So I remade the side panel to hold the grid. 60mm fans would be a little bit ridiculous over here. So I decided, yeah, what is that? What changed the cow? What was that? Oh, it was supposed to be a yak. Yeah, it should still be a yak. That would be. So then it's like, well, 60mm fans will look completely ludicrous just hanging out on the side of this case if I'm doing all this other design. So let's do the 40mm fans. I want all 6 because I want this thing to be cold. I don't want an excess of heat on this thing. So that's what prompted this redesign here. So my only concern is the amount of heat that's going to be adjacent to 3D printed structures. Now the glass temperature of this thing is 80 degrees Celsius. I don't think this thing is going to get there. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Anyway, let's put some names on the board. And that's what today's about, by the way. We're going to crunch a couple numbers and yeah, we'll figure out what kind of temps we're going to see out of this. Yeah, I have a degree in control systems and robotics from Drexel University. It's really like power electronics is more like what I have a degree in. But I've been working in this kind of stuff for a long time. Boop. All right, we got 2 names to go on the board now. Are there any films or grating that can reduce noise? Oh, I'll get to that. Hold on. So Bridgewater, thank you for the 11 months. Mahalo, thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate that, you guys. Films that can reduce noise. I'm not sure. I don't know what you're talking about. That's the thing. you can calculate the size of an RF wave if that's what you're looking at. I mean, films that reduce noise, just look at the door on your microwave. That is a film that reduces noise outside of the microwave to keep you from getting microwaved. Mahalo! You're next to pulling on your wee-wee. Okay, all right, that's a name. And then a Bridgewater, you're by You Are Being Shellfish. That was a hell of a location. Power electronics is one of the options I can take when I get to the second stage. Yeah, I don't know what advice I have for that, because it's not like I use my degree. I don't work at a power plant, you know? I guess I could have. Applied to like 3 Mile Island or whatever's in Pennsylvania, but I almost worked for like a brain trust of skilled nuclear engineers who were like the ones that you call in an emergency. So it's a very quiet office, and I assume it can get very stressful very fast. Yeah, Pelham, I don't know about what noise you're talking about. That's the thing. There's the noise is like, there's so many different noises in engineering. I was recently admitted to the #1 rank tech university in Sweden. Hell yeah, dude. To study biomedical engineering, which largely consists of electrical engineering. Really? Yeah, I guess so. I was wondering if you have any experience in going into research in academia. No, I wish I did. I didn't take the GREs when my brain was still spry. I fucking hate the GREs. Let me tell you something. The GREs are like dumb tricks of math. They're not actual skill in any way, shape, or form. Worry that the possible income difference in academia versus industry is too large to make a good living with academia. Man, I don't know, dude. Sweden's different. You know, I don't know Sweden. You're heading down the mechanical route instead of doing power. Well, the power electronics, the power stuff even applies to mechanical engineering. Some computers, they have a dust trapping fabric that may also help to reduce noise. Oh, you mean like mechanical noise? Yeah, I suppose that can reduce noise. Generally, they're like an open cell foam, which would bounce like acoustics around and quiet it down. It would just provide like a sheet of something in front of the fan, reduce airflow, provide some turbulence that would get rid of reflections of audio, right? The original one, are there any films or grading that can? Yeah, there are plenty that can. I don't know about any specifically designed to do that. But yeah, I mean, that's why, that's what like quiet vacuums do. They've got like HEPA filters on them that are extremely, they've got a lot of, basically it's putting material between you and the vacuum motor, and that quiets it down very significantly. So, and it, I mean, I don't know, it's like a happy accident that it reduces noise significantly. I don't know if it's the original purpose, because the vacuums, they're just like, fuck noise, whatever. Doesn't matter, as long as they're moderately survivable by the consumer. Vacuum motors are like some of the angriest fucking motors in the world. They're crazy. I mean, Dyson to a degree, yeah. Dyson, they actually have control over the motor. They can turn it down. All right, so I want to make a four wire holder. Well, Fibby, you're objectively wrong. Fibby says, ooh, I like the orange prints. Yeah, fuck you. Anyway. No, I'm not a big fan of the orange. I think if I use the anodized black rail on this, it would look a lot cooler with the orange. But it's a little too edgy. It's like an edgy Batman Halloween look. Here, I'll show you. Oh god, that was a disaster. That was a disaster. This is the original top of the computer setup. But like, black and orange looks great. Looks great. I respect a man who uses Noctua, uncolored Noctua fans. Yes, I shall tip my fedora at you as our wallets lighten. About the fan blades themselves, are there any slip-ons or designs that would reduce noise like on wind farms? I don't know, man. That's out of scope. I don't know. I've not looked into that. I've not looked into that. I don't know about that subject. Yeah, so black and orange looks great. But I wanted that silver carbon fiber look. Because this is, I mean, this project is a little bit more ponderous and artistic than is typical. I know you're a bunch of engineers and you don't care what stuff looks like, but like the black and the carbon fiber, that's an okay look. But I think the silver with the carbon fiber is a much better look. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to smith carbon fiber to the degree that I would like, but like that look is pretty cool. You know, I'd love to get 2mm carbon fiber and cut out these pieces in that. That would look amazing. But yeah, brass and carbon fiber, yeah. But if I could use countersunk screws in carbon fiber for these, that would be swell. But I think I'll do gray 3D prints, and the infill is hexagonal, so it all kind of works out. Now slap a McLaren logo on and you're set. Hey, you know, they've got expensive artists that come up with these things, so you know, we may be copying their we may be what is it, grepping their style? I don't know. We may be copying their look, but there's something to be said for that. So anyway, yeah, this is the setup. We need something that's going to hold down. All right, let's just move. I'll just move this aside. What I like is that I can now tip this thing up and down, and the graphics card isn't going to fall out. Now, you may notice that these broke off, but there's still enough of a little nub. No, this is not a rack mount case. No. It's meant to just sit on a shelf. This is VCR size. This is originally it was a home entertainment system computer case. So I just kind of followed that. So all right, so tie downs, right? I don't know where that hard drive is going to go yet, but I do know that I'm going to need a couple things for this 4-wire monstrosity that's coming out of this. So this will be just exposed wire and just 4 wires coming out of wherever I put the hard drive. Now for a little bit I have the hard drive here. I'm going to have to get that 8-inch cable so that I can figure out where it's going to go. But it'll probably be like somewhere around where it's going to need to do some bends, because I can't do a straight shot anywhere without blocking screws. Like I don't want to block the screws just in case I got to pull stuff out of the case. And here it's going to block that air hole. So yeah, it's, and I don't know if I mean I could do it at an angle. I could make it weird and do it at an angle. But I mean anywhere that I want to put this, right? I could just put it right there. Just for the sake of argument. So if I put it there, power cable goes in like this, and then I would have to round a bend and go up to here. And so in order to do that, I'm going to make some tie downs. Now the other thing is I might have to modify these in order to take the, what do you call it? In order to take the SATA cables as well. If I can do that, maybe I can plan around using this size of cable wrap. This is a little large, isn't it? This is about that size. So yeah, I can do the 3.5mm tie down. I can do 2 of those and then 4 of these, and those will be the ones that go to the hard drive wherever it is. As someone who studied paleontology, that's a hell of a way to start a sentence on this channel, and saw designs for a feathered and hot pink T-Rex. Nothing surprises me in colors anymore. I should have made this pink. That would have been a good idea. What case is that? I bought it from Kmart. No, it's a, yeah, this is a fully custom. It's made out of Makerbeam. Originally, I think it was like Steiner or something like that. I forget. It was like a German company that made the original case that gave me the height factor. But it really is just kind of like a custom ground up design. Not ground up like ground beef, like ground up like from the ground up. All right, I'll keep this in view. Okay, so how am I designing these tie downs? I got to bring you through some of this. So I've got this sort of like multi-part drawing that I've been working on here. And I guess I'll just start and bring you guys along with this. So we're doing a new tie down. So I've got 2 different types, right? Wasn't this purple a week ago? Yeah, I redid it in orange because the purple wasn't sticking to the bed. The purple was peeling up on the longer expanses of the longer spans of printing. It's unfortunate that I could not continue with the purple, but I couldn't. Global hypercolor like the 90s. You mean Umbro and Gotcha? Or should I do it like the 90s coffee cup with the... All right, so anyway, new, what is that, GoPro size thing? This is 2 giant capacitors. Haven't I told you this stuff before, Kagas? I thought I've told you this stuff before. This power supply requires smoothing of the 300-volt DC power line. So what's inside of there are 2 giant capacitors like that. It needs those in order to provide 300 volts DC so that it can be then converted back down to 12 volts at 25 amps per module. I was considering adding a third module to this. I don't know how I would do that. A third 300 volt to 12 volt module. I mean, I probably have room if I move everything down and then I have a third module all the way out here. That would be a lot more heat, but it would definitely have a daughter card. No, I mean, I've got like a little bit of space here. I'm wondering what Vicor, I looked through the Vicor stuff a couple years ago. I looked through the Vicor, yeah, you don't even sub. You're not even following, you don't even sub. What are you even doing here? No, non-subs are fine. Non-subs are fine. Every subscription thing you guys do is just to support, just out of the goodness of your heart. It's just subscribe. Did you bait me in order to do that? How did you do that so quickly? That's ridiculous. Shut up and take my money. Well, all right. Well, all right, I can do that. But in exchange, I'm going to put you up on the board. Thank you so much for subbing. I know this isn't your first time. This is your 11th month. 11 months of subs and you don't even know what I'm working on. All right. Yeah, so we gotta make little tie downs for all the wires here. I was considering if I could add another module. If I ever redo the circuit board, I guess I can add another 12 volt module to it. And that would, well, I need to get the 1500 watt input module too. So I'd basically be buying 75% of the power, well, 50% of the power supply new. It'd be ridiculous, but I could do it. I mean, they are modular to a degree, and I could fit it in the computer. It certainly would stress things out quite a lot. It would probably run a lot hotter too. The fans would have to be more proactive. I would love to do it though. That'd be awesome. I would have 75 amps at 12 volts. I could weld with that. I'm only here for the farts. Well, you're going by Molten Snowman. Animal Groin. Subbing with Prime. 7 months. I'm going to put Animal Groin up on the board. Let's see if we blast anybody on the way back from Kagas. Thank you so much for subbing, Kagas. I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. Does mean a lot to me. 7 months of Animal Groin. Are we going to blast anybody? No blasting? No blasting. Womp womp. Ah! Oh, there we go. You blasted the little tiny piece of copper tape that I put there so that this thing doesn't bore a hole through that spot on the board. Oh, what's going on here? Come on, camera mount. There we go. Ah! And we're walking, and we're walking. Animal Growing, welcome to the board. Thank you for subbing for 7 months. Did you ever find the return to home glitch? No, it just has to do with what it does when it resets itself. That's all. It's not that big of a deal. I don't care about that glitch. It's basically because our threads go back to checking if we held on to the threads until we got an okay signal from the code streamer, from the Gerbil device, then that error wouldn't be a thing anymore. The next one is not ready. No, we'd have to change topics. That's why I'm a little feverishly trying to finish this computer project, because I want to have both computers active, and then the emergency project, instead of being the computer, will be a new board for this one. I don't know what you're talking about, Driz. Are those Minecraft mods? I got 200 amps on a single rail, and I've sorted it out while trying to plug things with the computer running. Nothing happened. Didn't even crash. Modern power supplies are awesome. It's great. These aren't even that modern, too, because I got them in like 2011. Okay, so what am I doing when I design one of these things? Well, I've kind of memorized some of the numbers here, but basically what I'm doing, start a sketch, put it just on the ground, and then I am defining, oh, it's a Pokemon Go type game, but Witcher? Oh, that's weird. So what I'm doing is I'm defining how much space I have in this whole thing. So I'm going to give it 300 millimeters. That doesn't matter. This is the height. This is the height that I have until it pokes out of the rail. So I'm using that as kind of a size guide. I don't necessarily need it, but it does help. So what I'm going to do is set that to be, it's 10 millimeters, 9/8, probably 7 to work with. So we'll set that to 7 millimeters. Zoom in a little bit here. So that is going to be the amount of space that we have to design this clip within. It's just the construction line, and it just gives me a little frame of reference. The design behind these are based essentially on mounting them with VHB tape. This stuff is used, VHB? Yeah, VHB tape. This is a foam double-sided tape, and it's used to hold on like car panels and stuff if you're lazy. And I'm lazy, so this will hold those panels on with the force of 1,000 suns. It will absolutely weld the plastic to the carbon fiber enough that it'll be able to hold that wire in place. So we're going to use this. Now, originally I thought, maybe I could just cut it in half and use a smaller strip. Yeah, they put cladding on buildings with this. Yeah, exactly. Isn't the that one crazy looking art museum held together with this stuff? VHP is for things you don't want to come apart. I can still pry this stuff apart. But yeah, this stuff is a very sticky tape. It's good to have on hand. It's good double-sided foam tape. Very good for weather stuff. But it's good for this too. It'll hold all these wires in place and won't even come off ever. And when it does come off, it comes off clean. That's another thing that I like about this stuff, is that the foam, it's not so sticky that the foam peels apart. When I want to pry this stuff up, it comes up clean. The adhesive stays on the foam. The Pompidou Center? What the fuck did you just call me? I will not stand for that kind of disrespect on my channel. Is that it's the one that's clad in like stainless steel. I don't remember the exact title of it. Anyway, this stuff is great. I like this stuff a lot. That's the one with all the plumbing outside in Paris. I don't think that's the building that I'm thinking of. Yeah, so anyway, I'm using this stuff, and this stuff is 12 millimeter wide. So the little tie downs that I'm making are 12 millimeters wide. So all I need to do, nip that off with a pair of scissors. Then I've got an adhesive backed wire tie down. Now these don't print very cleanly at this size, because we're really kind of pushing the limits of a filament 3D printer at the size that I like to print, and at the temperatures that I'm printing in order to make this stuff moderately clear, right? So at these temperatures, things are a little bit weird. And this is one of the older ones. It's a little bit, it doesn't hold on to the wires quite as well. So I need to design this with that in mind. So anyway, VHB tape on the bottom, that'll stick it to the carbon fiber. The wires can just plop their way into these things, and then that's all we need it to do. So how are we designing this thing? Well, I gave it a little bit of room on either side. Now the VHB tape, put in a solid line for the VHB tape. The VHB tape is 1 millimeter thick, 1 by 12 millimeter. That's a really nice set of numbers to deal with, right? We're not dealing with weird fractions. So all I need to do is let's set that one to 300, just put it way over there. And then the height is 1. Ta-da! So that is our base plate. That is the tape underneath everything. So we've got this much room to work in. And I'm gonna probably make it a little minimalistic anyway. So referencing some numbers from the old ones. So there's the 3-wire tie down. There's the 4-wire tie down. So let's see. I don't know if I really need to reference these as much. I'll try to get it similar to the old ones. So from here, I am going 3 by 5 because that just looks right. So 3 by 5, and that's where I'm going to start putting the holes for everything, right? And then I think I did 2 by 2 in order to get the base piece or whatever, I think. Because it's basically a step up. Actually, you know what? Control Z. Hold on. We'll take a look at that in a minute. So in order to grip the wire, I want to basically take a measurement of the 18-gauge wire jacket and base it exactly off of that. Now, I know that the other ones are 3.5 millimeter, so we'll add 2 3.5 millimeter circles on the end. But this stuff, I'm just going to grab the calipers and measure it directly and then take the nearest number that works. And as long as it squishes it a little bit, it shouldn't pop out. So 1.5 millimeter, we'll set that to. I got 1.45 on the calipers. So 1.5 millimeter, which is that actually the size of the other ones? Hold on, let me just finish the sketch real quick and look at this one. Oh yeah, so I guess these will work too. I could modify this, but all the projection and stuff is annoying. What is TPU? Is that a filament? Yeah, so 2 by 2, in this case 1.5 by 2, is where I start this top piece, but oh, a filament that's squishy? Yeah, I suppose. This is fine though, this stuff works. You don't need to have it squish around. So this one is going to have to carry 2 sizes of wire. So I don't know how I'm going to design that yet. We'll figure it out as we go. All right, so this one, 1.5. And then I need a distance between the 1.5s. Just for sharts and gargles, I'm going to set this at 3. And then this one doesn't matter. And then we got another line here. Doesn't matter. No. This is equal to that. This is equal to that. We got another one. Why is that unbound? Ugh. 1 point. Or no, that doesn't matter. Hold on. Doesn't matter. Equal this. Yeah, AutoCAD gets a little weird with this. Yeah, see that? It's like, what? What did you? Why? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Control Z. What are you doing over here? Why does it create a? Yeah, look at that. It created a wire, like a line segment in there that I did not tell it to have. That's so weird. It gets a little weird with this kind of stuff. Or I missed. Yeah, look at that. See, it added in a little segment. What are you doing? I don't know why it did that. It might be a bug. I don't know. Hey, substitute streamer. How you doing? All right, so add that in there. Make that 1.5. It's a segment you didn't know you needed. Hey, watch it. Wait, what happens if these are both defined and I equal them? That just doesn't do it. Yeah, okay, so I need to not give that a number. I just need to make a circle and then use the equal command, and then the one without dimensions is given the same one as the other one. So now, trying to make sure that I put a construction line, there we go, on the center, and I'll just take it out to a random distance. Now I can use equals to this. There we go. And then if I create another circle out here, that's not a constructor, that is, yeah, it's not a constructor. Do that, equals this to this. Now, why are there multiple... Can I move this at all? No, good. It's the dragging and dropping. I'm glad I'm not the only one who talks directly to the software. I gotta treat this like streaming. Have you guys ever clicked on a stream and they're just playing the game and they don't say anything? Now, that's great for like maybe YouTube content if you're looking to like see how to play a game, but like the streamer's personality is a big deal. And I know I interact with you guys a lot in order to fill the dead space, but I gotta fill the dead space. So so in order to do that, I'm talking to the software, I'm talking to you guys, I'm talking through all of my problems. I would be the worst coworker in the world because I'd be constantly like huffing and puffing working on my work. I would be absolutely, it would be dog shit to be in the cubicle next to me. I would just be like, no, and you'd be like, what the fuck are you doing over there? I'm like, oh, I'm just making a drawing on AutoCAD. Like, yeah, there'd be farts all over the place. Equal that to that. Didn't work. There it goes. Can I move this at all? No, good. It's when you can move stuff that things go awry. The life after streaming. Yeah, I guess he was a streamer. He's like the worst guy to work with in the world. Okay, 4 wires. So all of them have had this 5mm offset. Actually, no, they haven't. The original one did. There's life after streaming. Yeah, it's, if you could call it that. Why not just offset copy versus drawing lines to distance the circles? Also on AutoCAD, if you draw a line, click snap, just type the length, hit enter. Okay, troglodyte guy, I know what I'm doing with AutoCAD, man. I'm literally doing Fusion on stream. There is actually a reason that I'm doing that, and I'm glad you asked, because if I do a pattern on this and I don't use the equals, and I was thinking of making this parametric and using actual variables, here's 3 ways you can go about doing this. So I can take this, oops, I don't like that selection type. I can take that and I can just do create rectangular pattern, and I can say I want 6 of them. And then I can determine the distance between, oh yeah, I need to select it. And then I can just boop, 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 blah, 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 right? But here's the thing. I am currently in the drawing mode. Drawing mode with Fusion, AutoCAD 360, whatever. AutoCAD, generally what you do is you draw stuff on a flat plane, and then you can extrude it out, and then you can edit that 3D model from there. However, if I'm using this command, now, the 3D modeling thing, what you see down here, is a history. This is a timeline of what I've done. So I can go back on steps and say, oh, you know what? I actually want to extrude that a little less. But as you can see, I've done a bunch of stuff in the drawing right now. There's no timeline. There's no timeline on this. There's Control Z, but if I want to come back in to this drawing and say, oh, these distances aren't quite right. If I had to create an array like that, I cannot edit it from there. There's no timeline. I could Control Z, but if I've already gotten to the part where I've extruded the 3D stuff, I'm done. I have to remake the whole thing. That's why I'm doing it this way. So that's what I discovered earlier, is that doing it this way. Now I could also just cut and paste things down. I could also, and by the way, this is a way to parameterize. This is a way to use parametric stuff while clicking instead of actually adding variables. So there are user variables available in AutoCAD, and I could put in 3, instead of 3mm, I could say A and B and C and D, or I could actually call it distance between holes and stuff like that. And then I can go into those user parameters and it'll redo those distances for me. What I've done is I've used the equal sign, so that if I want to change the distance of these and make it 2, I can just click 2, and then all of those are going to move in lockstep with one another. I don't know about that. The best way to do something is the way that it works for you. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true at all. Although that is sort of like a I don't know. The way to make it work is to make it work. No, using stuff that you can edit later in order to tweak stuff, that's important. So X06969, thank you for the follow. So yeah, anyway, I'm gonna put those back to 3mm until we're done making the circles. So I need 2 that are the size of this spiral wrap, because those are going to be the 2 hard drive things. Xander, thank you for following. Xander. Yeah, I learned AutoCAD back when it was mostly command lines, but I like clicking on stuff. Are you making an atom smasher? Yeah. 3.8. I think I'm gonna make it 3.5. I'm gonna make it 3.5 so that I can hold down that wire. Well, should I make it 4 so that it just barely? Yeah, I should probably just make it 4. All right, so I am going to do a different distance here. So let's make this 3.5. I don't know, just a different number. Make that a construction line. And then this is going to not be a construction line, and I'm going to make that 4. And then another 3.5, but this one I'm not going to... This one I'm not going to... Oh, I'm hitting C for circle. Okay, and then this out here, no distance on that one. And then I'm going to do equals to that one. And then we're going to make this one equal to the other one. And make it not a construction line. And then equal U and U. And then that distance needs to be like 4. Yeah, 4 is not enough. Actually, this distance probably shouldn't be locked down. Yeah, those should be 2 unique distances. All right, so delete that. Put in a different line. Those should be different distances. So 4, and then this one, hit D to define a distance. Bring that up here. Creamsior, thank you for following. We'll put a whole millimeter between those. That'll be good. This one can be 3. Oh, no, it can't. All right, and so now to drive the rest of this thing home, construction line, 2-point box, hover over here. This distance needs to be 5. And then this one just needs to lock into there. So that's end to end now. So that's what we need to create cleats for. And it seems like I'm going to need to make something up here in order to put something up a little further. Because what I want to do is I want to basically define a solid that goes up just enough to get a little bit of the curve back here, and then I'll fillet the ends in order to make them soft. And that'll be it. That's all I need to do. And extrude that 12mm. Well, extrude first and then fill it. You'll get what I mean. So the base plate, I want it to be 2mm. Base plate, I want to be 2mm. Oops. Try to make it not a construction line. Yeah, but then I want to start the other thing 2x2. So let's do a 2x2 here, 2x2. And then over here, I'll do another 2x2 on the end. Basically, so that if I change any of these distances... okay, nothing changed. What happened? Yeah, see, everything just kind of moves over with it. So I'm going to take another line. I'm going to make it not just a regular line, and I'll take this as the base plate. So I'll take that from there all the way to this right here. Just make sure it locks into that. So that's the base platen of this thing. Now let me check to see. Yeah, my other sketches are like that. So I need 2 heights on this. I need a height for these, and then I need a height for the other one. I'm going to do that. Let's see. I can't exactly take it on the midpoint of that line. It just needs to be like a distance from this. I mean, I guess I could take it from like there to there. Try to like I could either make another line that connects to these two, and then take half of that and then extrude one half up and the other half. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. Okay, so another construction line here to here. That's to midpoint. That's not right. I'll just move that so that I can make the association there to there, and then we'll move this back to 4. I'm gonna have a bunch of midpoints on this, but I need to find the right one. Actually, that should be this, and then... No, you know what? A regular line, because I'm going to do a 3-point rectangle. So there's the midpoint between the 2 circles. That's not a construction line. Take that 90 degrees until it hits there. Done. Okay, cool. So that's where one of them is going to be. So in order to create that, I'm going to create a 3-point rectangle. And that'll be a regular line, and that's going to start from my side, whatever, all the way out to here, and then up, and that distance is not going to really be defined. So it doesn't really matter. That just goes up like that, and then see, that's not bound to anything. That's why the line is blue. So I'm going to hit D for distance, click on that to there, and then now I've got a definition, 1.4. Let's just make that 1.5. So 1.5, and so the cables will press into those. Over here, I guess I'm going to need a full 3-point rectangle on this one too. So we can just make that its own. So create rectangle, 3 points. Take it from there to there. And then the height is undefined. I'll just get it kind of to where it looks right. And then distance here to here. 2.4. I'll make it 2.5. Why not? Why not? All right. Here's the deal, though. This is my old design. This is the way that... Oh, wait. I screwed that up. Control-Z. Control-Z. Undo it. Undo it. Get it out of here. Create. Rectangle. 3 points. Wait for the software to catch up. Come on. You can do it. Just... What the... What is... Okay. All right. Hello? Hello? All right. Create. Rectangle. 3 points. Come on. Okay, all right. It doesn't want to. Can you? Okay, all right. Can we? All right. What the fuck? What's going on here? Rectangle. Yeah, it's like off limits. Oh, there it goes. That was weird. Okay, so take that out to the appropriate point, which is right here. There we go. There. Escape, D, here, bring it out. 2.6. Yeah, we'll do 2.6. 2.6, like that. Cool. All right, so this is the way that I did it before. However, because of the 3D printer making things all weird, that doesn't quite work. This doesn't quite work. What I need to do is I actually need to turn these into oval, I need to turn these into slots. So I did that in a particular way. Basically, I add another height measurement, and then I'll figure it out from there, right? Any reason to not have it based on an angle on the circle? You know, I did that with slots previously, and it didn't really work out that well for me. It could have just been my own process being weird. You know, there's so many different ways to do this kind of stuff, so... you know, whatever works for you, because I don't know, this worked for me. So why do I do anything I do? I don't have that many, I don't have any good reasons. So what I did on the other drawings is I actually added another height to this thing, another construction line, another height. So take it from there and just take it out like this. And this is basically, actually, should I take it as, I should take it as an offset from the centers of the wires. So I'll take it from, oh, there we go, okay. Take it from here and take it up a little higher than 3. Actually, 3-point rectangle. Rectangle, 3 points. The AC has kicked up to a very high degree right now, so I'm actually not an allergic mess right at the moment. I'm liking it. So anyway, that height just to wherever. A 1 millimeter slot is a little ridiculous. So that line is a little bit, well, actually, is it? It's a little orange. Yeah. Which means that one doesn't have a constriction on it. So I use the D key, distance from here to here. That's 4. Now I could have just typed in 4 and it would have done that anyway, but why is the number not visible? Oh, because it's still being, okay, enter. Whoops. So 1 millimeter is a little bit deep for these guys. It might not be for these. So I don't know if I need to have 2 parameters on this thing, but we're going to be using that equals command quite a bit. So let me just make this like 3.4. I don't know. I feel like 3.5 is a little too much, and 3.4 might be weird. Let's take this one to like 3 just for now. I'll just make that. I'll blow them up. I'll make them super tall for now, so they're out of the way. 7. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Look at that. Beautiful. All right. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a slot, a center-to-center slot that goes from this dot to the line, and then make it just any size. Just bloop like that. Unfortunately, I have to click that for every single one. So let me just get that done real quick. The reason that I need to click it a bunch instead of making an array is because I want these to have the ability to change, because this is, what is it called? Iterative design, where we test, oh, that was bad. Nope, I locked that down to something. Control Z. Iterative design, where we print it and then we see what happens. And we check it again. Kronborg 10, thank you for the follow. So center to center slot, here to here. We will get to playing with power in a minute. I'm actually pretty nervous about testing the power supply. I don't know if you guys know. Like, I'm pretty confident in it, but there's still that thing in the back of your head. All right, so that looks like complete ass. We fix it using the equals command, equals. So I'm going to click on this arc and make that arc equal to the 1.5, and that turns that into a little eccentric slot. Equals, and I can use those. It'll point it back to the original one. Now this is I probably should have started with the slot, but this is just where we are. Here to here. Here to here. So that's basically what I came up with this weekend for doing this. So let's take this down from 7. What is that height? That would be from here. Probably to about like there. So 4.8. That's not even, I measured it from the wrong thing. All right, redo that one. Delete. I did it for the wrong thing. Or is that where the other one comes from too? No, that is. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Control Z. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. Put it all back. $2.8. Oops. No, no, no. 3. Yeah, because I'm going to end up putting a fillet on that. You also want to close your eyes, but you want to look for smoke. It's the big spark that I'm worried about. But let's get this going, and then send this to the printer, and then we'll get to the big sparky. Okay, that works at 2. Really? Nah, it doesn't look like much. I guess it'll be okay. You got to remember that the layers of the 3D print are really going to interfere with this shape. All right, so we got a complete mess of measurements here, but if I need to come back and alter anything, I can. So I'm going to finish that sketch. Now keep in mind, this is a multi-part sketch, so there's all this mess here, but what I'm going to do is take that sketch, hit the letter E to extrude, and just start selecting the spaces that I want it to extrude. And those are the spaces that I want it to extrude. Now we're going to go 12 millimeters, as in the width of our VHB. This is totally unacceptable, and, well, actually, this might print okay, but it looks kind of like ass. It looks terrible. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take a chamfer, and do a selective amount of chamfering on these. Soften up the shape of the whole thing. Doesn't need to be too soft. But this'll help me not, you know, catch wires on those edges and stuff. So now the problem is it's actually going to chamfer based on the distance that I'm viewing it from. So it will be 1 millimeter if I drag that arrow to the side. So I am going to act, just from experience, do 0.4. And 0.4 is enough that there's a little bit of overlap here. Probably should do 0.3, because again, the 3D printer isn't really going to make that. It's not really going to make that. It's going to look kind of like that, but just like a sick facsimile of it. It'll be like a horrible science experiment gone completely wrong. Okay, so no, not extrude, modify, chamfer. Take that thing. Now, normally I would do the other side, but they're not going to be the same. So yeah, I'll just take it till it looks good. Fine, 1.5. That's a little soft actually. Chamfer. This thing. Maybe 1? Seems like it's a little far, but yeah, that's just because it's the small wire. Okay, we'll do that. 1 millimeter, and then this one. Now, I don't know how this is going to print. Oh yeah, wait, we need to do the insides of these. Chamfer, you, and you. Yeah, 1 is ludicrous, but I think a half is pretty good. This one's going to be a little more tough on the print, I think. Yeah, maybe a half. So we'll see if that goes through. I hope that prints all right. But let's try it. Want to make it out of aluminum now. Printed solid, then cut the slots in your mill. Yeah, you can get slotting bits that do that, and like router bits and stuff. But I don't need to do that. This, I mean, it comes out like I can show you. Comes out like this. Oh yeah, why is that one bigger? What's going on there? Oh, I just didn't do this. Here, I got distracted. This is equal to this. That's the wonderful thing about parametric design, is that I can do stuff like that and correct something in the past. Correct the mistakes of the past in the future. Time cop. Probably should have these drop down further. It's fine. But yeah, that's going to be the multi-tie down for all the hard drive stuff. Now, I can alter this distance if I want to. I could just go like that, and then I can do 5. Cool. Yeah, no, that's cool. 5. Ah, damn it. Well, something locked it down. I don't know what. What locked you down? The horizontal stuff should not be that fixed. Something did it. Something locked it down, and it shouldn't have. Because this should be able to slide over to the right as stuff expands and contracts. I don't think this too knocked it in. There's one of these fields is locked in. All right, well, oh well. There's a red line in there? No. Yeah, I don't know what did it. I don't know. Something's keeping that 4 from moving over. Is the 5 locked in? Yeah, it is. It's probably something over here then. One of these guys. It's just failing to solve everything because it's too attached. Not that one. Yeah, that one's not moving either. I wonder what locked it. Something snapped to like a midpoint. Could be this right here. Oh yeah, I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Well, now this thing doesn't know what it's doing. All right, so if I can get this to attach to here. But no, not the mid. Okay, so this is what's locking it down. It's attaching to the center and not the thing. So I think if I click this in constraints, midpoint, can I remove that? How do I remove that midpoint constraint? I don't want it to be midpoint. Let's see. So if I make the whole thing longer, well, I guess I can just do this here. 12. See ya. And now I can constrain it to the midpoint, to this point. Okay. All right. Come on, buddy. There we go. Like that. There. Now I can make this 6. Got it. So what it was doing is, because of my lack of knowledge of AutoCAD, I didn't know how to make it either drop a specific constraint or how to make it snap not to one of the constraints. There's probably a keyboard shortcut or something like that that I could mess with in order to make it do that. In order to move the midpoint over, all I did was extend this this dimension, and now that is unlocked. So I think I'm going to keep it at 6. So if I finish the sketch, 6 might be a little much. Well, let's just deal with it the way it is. Oh, it looks like I lost my chamfer on this. So I'll just make it again. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. Soften it up a little bit. All right. So I'm okay with this design. Let's give it a shot. So I'm going to send this to the printer. It's a little chunky over here. I could reduce that a little bit. You know, there's little tweaks that I can do here. And you know what? I am going to reduce the chunkiness. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. So that one is given by 5. We're going to make it 3. I think 3 is too little. Yeah, let's make it 4. Yeah, that'll probably be better. Yeah, it's much better. It just moves that a little closer, makes it a little thinner. Makes it look a little bit, I wouldn't say even, but it does something. Okay. Yeah, I'm willing to give that a try. So body 3, I'm going to call this wire _ clip 3. This is the third type of clip. It's a combo clip. It's probably the only other type of clip that I'm going to need for this. Yeah, I mean, part of the thing, Troglodyte guy, is that I'm in control of the lengths of many of these wires in either ordering specific lengths, or these I cut to my own lengths. So I'm able to edit these so I can have it be organized everywhere. The bottom tray of this computer, unfortunately, nothing is going over this. So I need to make it organized, or else I'm going to have an aneurysm. So I am just making these little things in order to tie down all these different wire runs. I don't know, it's a little cathartic though, right? You can make something so clean, so fresh, so clean. Okay, so let's get these printing. Right click, save as mesh. They changed the name of that command. It was save as STL, and I guess they added different types to it, so they called it save as mesh. So the other day I go to click on it, and I'm like, oh no, they got rid of that feature. I was like, oh, they got rid of the save to mesh feature. I'm dead. I can't do anything. But save as mesh, STL, ASCII, millimeter. So you can choose 3 motherfucker. I don't know, 3 MFs. STL is binary or ASCII, and I think ASCII was the way that it originally. Actually, I think it was binary that it did before. Either way, I don't think it makes much of a difference. So refinement high. I don't touch any of the outputs. I literally I didn't touch any of the outputs on this command. It's just do it, make it. And I find Fusion 360 is very clean in that it produces a very low number of polygons. It's like basically just enough that you need. And so your file sizes aren't insane. 3MF is manufacturing. It's more advanced than STL, and Prusa supports it. That's cool. I don't think I need it to be more advanced than an STL, though. Well, not for this. Not for this one. Not for this one. Wait, does something look... Hold on. Something look a little different about this? What's going on here? No, it's the same. It was just the camera angle. Okay. Anyway, right-click, mesh, STL ASCII, okay. Folder, desktop, temp prints. I just have a dumb desktop folder. A bit of acrylic with the Oh Bother logo engraved on it from the bottom of the panel. I don't want to get too much into that. I'm okay if it's exposed wiring like this. I kind of like this. Although clear acrylic would be kind of cool to show off all of the wiring work underneath. Because in LAN party mode, this is going to be sitting on this side vertically. So this whole vent on the side is going to be blocked, but the whole bottom of the computer will be visible. I just got to be careful when transporting it that, you know, I don't catch on any of these wires. Okay, so that's in the folder. We go to the folder. Wire clip number 3, .stl. I go into Prusa, where, as you can see, I've been doing nothing but printing wire clips. I've done nothing but teleport bread. The problem is when I drag and drop these files, they go over this file explorer here, and that causes like chaos. So anyway, bring this over here. Oh, it doesn't do it this time. Great. All right, so there's our part. And I tried printing them like this, and it was an absolute disaster. It would have been neat to have kind of the clearer side be one of the ends, but it just doesn't print right. These are so small that it's difficult to print. So yeah, there it is. And then I add instances. And I guess I can add a number of instances. Where is that? Set number of instances. How many are we going to need? Like 4. I don't need a lot of them, so I'm going to need to spread them out on the print bed so that we're not coming back to the layer too quickly. If we come back to the layer too quickly, it doesn't have an opportunity to cool off a little bit. There can be a lot of melting down. I mean, that's already going on with this. So I'm going to make 4 instances of this. That includes the ones that are already there. That is a total number of instances, not an additional number. So I'm basically centering it on the line arbitrarily and spacing it out arbitrarily to where I think it'll print all right. So that should be a pretty decent print. Actually, that's way too close to the center of the... Okay, so my printer prints the best all the way on the right side. It's just how it is. I don't have time to do the maintenance stuff to it that I need to do. I'll do that later when I'm not, you know, constantly printing. Yeah, I don't like to do auto arrange because I need to favor this right side of the bed. So I'm going to slice that. I'm going to send it, and then I'm immediately going to print it. Actually, I'm going to do that, but I don't think it's going to work because every time I turn off the printer, Octoprint throws a fit. Yeah, see? And then if I hit connect... Let's see, is it going to kick me out? No, it's not. If I turn off the printer, you can't print a long continuous strip of them and cut after. That's terrible, though. No, that looks like shit, though. No. I mean, yeah, you can print them as a long strip and then cut them, but that cutting operation is going to be, like, rough. You can cut them and then sand them. Why don't I just have the printer split them apart? That's all that I need to do. Because then it'll print it and move to another one and print that layer and then move to another print, blah, 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 and then everything will cool off and it'll come back to it. But the thing with these, I'm printing this in translucent filament. And the thing about the translucent filament is that in order to give it that shine and quality and clearness, I need to print it at a very high temperature. So I'm printing it at what my printer considers to be 280 degrees Celsius, which is insane. That's a lot of temperature, although I don't know if it's exactly that much. I haven't done like a calibration. But yeah, this prints at a very high temperature, and so I need those layers to stick to one another, but I don't want them to melt down. Yeah, it's really weird. I have a limited printing experience and just an old machinist here stuck in my old ways. Man, when I mill something, yeah, you'll probably be just as angry at me, because I mean, when I mill stuff on that thing, it's a little bit haphazard. Yeah. I'm not good at anything. No, but it's cool. Like, yeah, you know, you're participating. I like that. What was that? Rocker troller? Rocket roller. Thank you for following. It'd be nice to see how you solve the SSD wiring issue. Which one was that? SSD wiring. Oh, I didn't. I bought a different cable. The cable I bought is the here. Do 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 do. I can't fucking find it. What if I had thin? The International. Thank you for following. It is this type. The type with 2 different bands. The International subbed with Prime. Ah, thanks, dude. I bought an 8-inch cable, and it's that split type, and I'm going to put spiral wrap around it so that, I mean, the twisted pairs are still memories of a twisted pair. The twisted pairs are still going to be separated. The differential lines are still going to be separated and shielded individually, but I'll be able to make them look more like the rest of the build. And they'll be round so that they can do that bending that they need to do. Yeah, I mean, I like that they went to a purposefully sized type of wire that is able to carry extremely high-speed signals over short distances, but I am very annoyed that they are just as unposable as IDE cables. Ow, my knuckle! God damn it. Camera attacked me. All right, so I need to start this thing in Octoprint, and then we need to make our dummy load, and then we need to plug that into the power supply, and then I need to turn on the power supply, and all hell is gonna fucking break loose. And then I'm gonna have to run around the underworld killing demons. The International, thank you so much for subbing. You're by Uncle Bill Druin and Tippy Canoe M86. That split is cool. I haven't seen that before. I barely knew about it. I thought it was only for certain kinds of like server stuff, but I guess not. Oh, Doom Guy. Yeah, there you go. Dropping in to get my name on the board and say hi. Hell yeah. Get her out. Thank you for following. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it'd be cool if some of the big streamer boys knew about the board. We've had some big streamer boys get gift subs, but I don't think they give a shit about Twitch. It's funny, the larger the streamer is, they seem to not like care about Twitch. It's just another platform for them. All right. What are the plans for the wall when it's full? Bonfire. Yeah, the joke is that it's donated to Children's Hospital. What is that wall? That is subscribers. If you sub to the channel, you get your name put on the wall. It's powered by a Raspberry Pi running on the Twitch API with a bunch of Python 3. And Python 3 has a bunch of different threads that have it monitor the network, turn names into database entries, turn database entries into G-code, and then stream the G-code to an XY table controller. All of that gives us the ability to enter your name or a gift sub's name onto an actual set of maple planks on my wall. Yeah, we water cooled it because basically during our testing, we had the large X-axis motor running against a braked X-axis motor. So it was one motor with its leads all tied together, and then the other motor trying to fight it. And so when you're braking a motor, B-R-A-K-E-I-N-G, or B-R-A-K-I-N-G, whatever. When you have one motor against another like that, it's going to create inductive feedback that's going to stop it from moving based on how quickly it's spinning. So it's a good way to kind of give your, it's not exactly like an oil damper resistance, but it's a good amount of resistance for the motor to fight. So as we were working with that motor, it's a larger motor for the drivers that we're using, the TMC 2208s. And so it was creating it needed a lot of current in order to move the motor around. And so it was fighting quite hard. And as a result, the driver overheated and it would skip steps when it overheats. And so in order to prevent that, I was like, well, what do we do? What do I do? I can put a heatsink on it, but then it saturates that heatsink too quickly. And I was like, fuck it, let's water cool it. So I looked on Amazon as I do, and I found Raspberry Pi water blocks. And I was like, well, shit, I got to do this now. So I bought a Raspberry Pi water blocks for the motor drivers. Well, while you're doing that, why not get one for the Raspberry Pi as well? And so I wired them all up in parallel, which is probably not the best way to do it. I probably shouldn't do them in parallel, but the tubes are so small. So I wired them all up in parallel and then tubed them all up in parallel and then put a motor on it. And so that motor turns on when heat is detected in the motor drivers. Now we're going to redo all that stuff for the Burn the Subs 3. It's going to be a little different. And I'm thinking maybe we want to water cool the motors themselves, which is very tough to do on an Outrunner motor, but we'll figure it out. I can't get my Pis hot enough. They do get hot, but not give errors or crash. Yeah, the Raspberry Pi has brilliant heat sinking going on. It dumps, we've looked at it on the thermal camera, and it dumps all of its heat to a giant ground plane on the Raspberry Pi. It's totally fine. It doesn't need a heat sink. Hey, a heat sink doesn't hurt. I put a water block on it, but again, I wasn't originally water cooling the Raspberry Pi purposefully by any means. There's no reason to do that. It doesn't need it. It's really for the motor drivers so they don't get hot. And it turns out that in practice, our system doesn't even get that hot anyway. It does trigger every now and then for the water cooler to turn on, but it's not necessary. Okay. Anyway, we need to get this thing printing. Now, normally I would send it directly into Octoprint, but the printer was off overnight. So now it's back on. Now I can just click print. I haven't gotten around to doing all the tasmotizing and automating and stuff for the 3D printer. This is fine. Opening a web page, clicking a thing a couple times. Usually what happens is it doesn't reconnect, and then I have to restart Octoprint and wait for that to restart. Then I can start the print up. It's nice when I'm doing marathon printing because I'll just send it directly from Prusa and it'll just start printing. Jippercorm, thank you for subbing. 18 months. Damn, dude. Where's the time go? The term overkill should be banished. Yeah, that and people who say, man, you must have a lot of time on your hands. Like, fuck you. You should be able to legally punch people in the face who say that. Man, you must have a lot of time on your hands. Shut the fuck up. I hate that. Just because I want to do things eccentrically and kind of like have fun apparently means that I should be spending my time on other stuff. Jippercorm, let's put you up on the board. Oh, any minute now, Jippercorm, come on. Oh, well, you got to be all the way over there. It just gets hard for me to position the camera over here. Jippercorm, welcome to the board. You're by Scotastic, I think. Can't quite read that. There's a Wexo right there. Brohulio. Lust and dopamine. All right. Okay, it just rejoined me to the chat room. What happened there? The hell was that? ESP32 cam for the relate? Nah, I'm gonna do a Logitech webcam. Keep doing those, because I know what works. I wish I had more time. I should start stealing it from Bother. What are you doing here if you don't have that much time? Do you have an app to automatically find open spaces on the wall? Did somebody else wait? Oh, that's the 3D printer clicking. I heard switch clicking, and I thought it was burn the subs, but it's not. It's the 3D printer spooling up. So yeah. Do you have an app that will automatically find open spaces? No. It's I guess you could call it what separates an application from a code. There's a thread running on the Raspberry Pi. It's part of the Raspberry Pi Python 3 code that you can find on GitHub. What happens is that thread is monitoring the board for open space. God damn it. All right. What that thread is doing is it basically looks at the name and it turns it into a block of text. And then it turns that block of text into ones and zeros based on the light and the dark spaces in there. So if it is pure white, it is a 0. If it is any shade to it, it's a 1. And because we use like a blur feature in order to do the keep out area. So those ones and zeros are made into numbers in an array, and they are compared to numbers in an array that represent all the names that are already on the board. And so in doing that, in doing a number by number comparison of the ones and zeros, it is able to very quickly create a virtual image of the board, and 2, actually test random locations on the board for the name that don't collide. So that's how we do open space on the board. Now, what happens when the board fills up is what people ask. Well, when the board fills up, it's going to take a long time for it to find open spots for names, and that's already started to happen. We've had it take seconds to place names. When we get to minutes, that's when we can start to worry. When it takes more than a couple minutes. At the end of the last board, it took a week for it to place a name once. That might happen again. Q23, I believe, is the person who came up with that code. And it is very quick and very efficient, and it tests a lot of stuff at once. So this is totally new for us. No, god damn it. Corday 99 created that. I keep forgetting who it. I'm sorry. Dewey's the only one who remembers. I'm so sorry. It's not Corday 99. What was the other name? Shit. Mako. Mako? Really? Oh, Makotronics did it. Man, why do I confuse those names? I don't know. Anyway, Makotronics made that code, and it works so super duper well. It works so super duper well. It goes very quickly. It tests a lot of names. So what's going to happen is it may take longer than a stream to place a name, and so they'll start piling up. If that happens, what I think we will do is I'll go and buy a live edge board, and we can put that up on the wall, and then we can figure out how to recalibrate this whole thing to do a live edge board. And we'll run Burn the Subs 2 for a little longer on a new board. What's up, Initialo? Yeah, all right, so that 3D printer started. I think the hot end is warming up right now, so nothing's moving. Okay. So, oh boy, here we go. So we need to test this power supply. Let me go get the dummy load, and we will full-size wall panels to redecorate your house. Yeah, I know. Code Rushed. Hey, Code Rushed. How's it going, guys? 14 coming in with Code Rushed. We're about to get kind of wacky here. About to get kind of wacky. Maybe it should process a small list of open spaces, and then it can just pick from the element on the open space list. That's kind of what it already does. That's essentially what it already does. You're just thinking at it from the wrong end. You're just thinking at it from the wrong end of the problem. Yeah, it already does that. But I didn't want to limit the software in that way because I want it to be able to squish names in very close to one another. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why everybody has to reinvent the wheel on this one. It's simple and it works. It's simple and it works. All right, so I have currently in view of the camera the dummy load that I have not used yet. Yet. That's this right here. This is the alternative heatsink for my computer power supply. So I bought 2 heat sinks, and I thought this one might be able to work. Probably would, but the fins are a lot smaller, more dense. This is tied into a bunch of high wattage resistors with just a big open rail on either end. This thing is going to get quite warm. I know everybody wants me to like drop this thing into a bucket of oil, but I'm not photonic induction. I'm not a crazy Brit, cough, cough, flatulent gonad, cough, cough. So I'm going to keep this thing in open air, but this might get quite toasty in the pursuit of what we're doing. Upgrade it to a juicier pie. Place it in corker, baby. No, man, come on. Stop it. Chad, I'm going to slap you. Stop trying to reinvent the wheel all the time. Everything's fine with Burn the Subs. It works brilliantly fast. Everything's there, man. There's a list of used spaces, positions, and their sizes, and the program checks for unused rectangles that are large enough for blah, 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 blah. No. Okay, so one of the other things that I wanted to have happen with Burn the Subs is, what's up, the Beatus? How you doing? You still have Beatus? I do. One of the things is that I wanted names to be able to interleave with one another. So if I kept it to squares, how boring is that? How boring are you? That's boring. Come on, man. Part of the project is art. And art cannot be placed in your stupid little boxes. Art is subjective. And it's immeasurable, and it's fun, and it has irregularity that you guys seem to want to stifle. You want to stifle it. You want to stifle everything. I had to mute for a burp. Letters use rectangle spaces. No, they don't. No, they don't. What was the term for that? In a printing press, you have... I mean, was it kerning? Was it kemming? Was the original? And then you have font spacing, and the kemming moves it back and forth. There is kemming in the current fonts that it uses. I had to redo font code in order to make everything work. But I don't know why you guys think like defining letters as boxes is super boring. If you look at a letter up close, it's not a square. Which means that like the letter V and the letter M could do this if they really wanted to on the board. And we have seen examples of that. Like a P dropping down into somebody's name. Or something hugging a letter B. And those are the spice of life, my friend. Those are what makes the board fun. Remember fun? Fun is what we had before engineers. Actually, we're going to need these. Letter has a width, the top part, middle part, and the bottom part. Yeah, I know. What is this? Like font. That's right. Cap height, X height. There's a certain letter spacing, but kemming has to do with how that, works. We don't worry about leading. Ascender, there's an ascension height and stuff. And we got the baseline in there. Yeah, I know all of these things. Yes, that's great. I worked with a lot of this stuff, like the X height and the cap and stuff, because you have to translate that over in order to get the scaling. There's like a scalar number that turns the font into the right scale so that we can actually represent it as a font size and stuff like that. We can actually take a font size and we can turn it into a millimeter height. All that stuff, and that's all the very complicated parts of how fonts function, you know, in actual things. And there's also the kerning. The kerning is very important. The kerning is the spacing between the different letters. And what can happen is you have a letter, and that letter, based on what letter it's next to, well, the letter has a default spacing for the cursor to move. And then there is a letter-to-letter comparison that will move it back to a certain position. And those are all set in a big table at the bottom of the font. It's nuts. It's crazy. I know more than you. All right, close this. How long is this going to take? Yeah, it's not bad. It's an hour. We'll have these clips by the time I've blown up the power supply and ruined my life. All right, so what level of confidence do I have in this thing? Now, I tested the fans. I made sure that... Hold on one sec. Fucking allergies have me coughing like I'm a cancer patient. It's ridiculous. I'm perfectly healthy. I'm just coughing like I'm dying. It's nuts, but there's no space for the crazy in chat. What are you talking about? No. You were saying that letters were squares, and that's just not true. I already said my piece. I'm not gonna go over it again. Hold on one sec. Okay, all right. All right. Let me move all the stuff out of the way. If you've noticed, I've been making a clear space here in the center of the bench because I don't want to have to get a fire extinguisher, but you know, you never know. Fuck's sake, I'm gonna keep coughing, aren't I? Where should I put these? In a special place. All right, we'll put them over here for now. Hopefully, in my flailing about, I'm not going to ruin anything. I don't even know if these work. I might have to tweak them a little bit more on Wednesday. I saw that one. One sec. Yo, I'm getting sick of this cough, man. By the way, I found this blower. This is a 24-volt blower. It will run at 12 volts. I'm wondering if I should put it at the SSD slot. I'm gonna have to evaluate that when I'm done everything else, because I think the N2, just having a hole near it is enough to cause like a natural convection over it. That'll be fine. This thing is not loud when it's at 12 volts. It would be nice if I could throttle it down from 12 volts. I could put a resistor on the line. But yeah. Need a dust mask. That might actually help. It really is like pollen around here is really creeping me out. All right, so here's the deal. Oh, geez, look at that. I don't like that one bit. Look what the wire's done to the connector. It's bent it out a little bit. How did your... Well, okay, so around here, Pennsylvania... For some reason, allergies are hitting super hard right now. It might be the humidity or something. The huge humidity. It might be the huge humidity, but something triggered allergies like nothing before. I haven't had allergies in years, and they just decided to kick my ass today. So I'm like coughing a little harder than usual. It's a nightmare. I gotta be careful because I don't want to rip up any pads on this. These are for high current, and they were not originally designed for on this board. So, all right, here's the deal. We got to run some numbers on these. Let me solder a connector onto this. Now I have a couple connectors that I can just just put onto this thing. So let me get the soldering iron out. I'm gonna get the good tip on this thing, the big tip, and then we'll do the attachment of those wires, and then, I guess I'm gonna plug this thing into the wall. Oh God. Now this power supply has worked for years for me, so I should by all means be perfectly confident in it. It's just when we started to fix and clean up the rest of the computer, the state of that power supply was somewhat suboptimal, considering the amount of skill that I have in soldering nowadays. So I took everything off. I took everything off of it, and I put everything back on to a new circuit board of the same design. The question is, did I mess it up? I don't think I did. But I don't have an incredible amount of confidence. I will once we power it up. Now, people have asked, how do you, with something like this, how do you power it up for the first time? I'm just making sure that these are soldered because I want to make sure that we're using all of these. I built this a long time ago. I think it was on stream when I was doing the original version of this project. And then I abandoned this project and worked on other stuff. How do you go about this? Well, I can't exactly power these things sequentially. It would be nice if I could go through bit by bit and just get each individual facet of this thing working. That's a little bit how I did it with the old one. It's just that I don't exactly have that option here. So I am going to end up just pulling the big lever on this thing and hoping that everything kind of comes together. This really doesn't feel soldered to me. I guess that is. Basically, it's just a big thick wire that connects a bunch of resistors, and we're just going to fire 12 volts into it. I saw you recently, Glitch. What are you talking about? All right. Wire. Let's see. I think I have some. I think I have some in a bin over here. I think I have some with a connector on it already, too. Maybe not there. Oh, that thing just moved suddenly. What did I do with it? What did I do with it? I had a like a section of wire with one of those connectors on the end, and it was a fairly lengthy piece. It was when I was doing power supply wiring. Oh, maybe it's over here. It's over here. I know I didn't get rid of it. Oh, there it is. Found it. So the question is, can 14 AWG hold all the current that we're about to subject this dummy load to? To be careful about how I said that, because we're not. Well, there's a specific way that the electrons are flowing. So anyway, we have 50-watt resistors, and there's 6 ohms, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, that's nice and easy. So I can open up a calculator for this. I mean, I could just run the equations. They're simple. But, you know, we have Java. So we have all these little Java calculators that I love. Parallel resistance calculator. Hey, there we go. Number of resistors, 10. Do I have to enter all the individuals? Is this going to give me stats? No, that's dumb. I shouldn't do that. Well, whatever, 10. And then it's each one is 6 ohms. Yeah, this one's not very good. What's it going to be? 0.6 or 0.06? Oh, output 0.6. Yeah, all right. So we should have known that. All right, 0.6. The equation is 1 over everybody. Yeah. All right. So 0.6 ohms, V is equal to I times R. So that would be 12 over 0.6. 20 amps. So that's not a ton. 20 amps, and then we do wire size chart. and we look for power stream. And we got our wire size chart, and we have 14 gauge wire, 32 amps. Okay, so we are within parameters on this thing. So we can use this wire for this. This is going to be weird. I think maybe I need to take this out. Ugh, maybe not. All right, let's get this thing soldered up. These are all frayed. Ugh. I guess this wasn't as tinned as I had hoped for. Let's re-tin it a little bit, and then I can solder it onto the dummy load. I guess I should probably solder it in the middle of the dummy load, but this stuff will carry that current just fine. Yeah, look at how frayed that is. The I guess the solder didn't get through all the strands. Let's put this in the vise. God, chat, you're so clever and smart. All right, that is now completely tinned. Make sure that it is. I really want to stress getting good connection on these things. By the way, it is laundry day. That's why there's shit all over my pants. I am literally wearing the only clean clothes that I own, including my tuxedo. Now, really, I mean, honestly, like, for distribution purposes, it should probably be more towards the center, but I don't know. Let's just put it on the end. This thing is probably going to get pretty toasty pretty quickly, considering that 20 amps is going to be flowing through it. Now, I originally tested the power supply, I think, with more current than that. And we will fire it up without the dummy load first, just to make sure things don't fucking explode. I'm so nervous about this fucking thing. I probably should not have had the Red Bull and the Dr. Pepper, because I'm also very caffeinated and nervous, because if this thing explodes, then I have to do damage assessment. This becomes a completely different stream. I hate this cough. I really hate this cough. So done with it. All right, get this stuff out of the way. Let's put the load up on this. Yeah, this isn't as nerve-wracking as the original test. Actually, if I put the load up on this, is it going to be able to fall down and short out on the vise? Yeah, we're in luck because doesn't fit on the vise. Maybe we'll do this. That still touches the table, and I don't want the table to fucking melt. Good enough. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could measure it, but I trust it. I don't know if I trust this thing to measure 0.6. I know, Twitch wants to see blood. They're not going to be able to see it. You're not quite going to run 20 amps through that, are we? I mean, here's the thing. That measures 1 ohm, but this measures 0.5, 0.6. So I'd have to use the other multimeter to get a good reading of this, and I don't want to bother with it. I don't want to bother with the super accurate multimeter. Does sucralose make my pee smell sweet, or is this something I farted up? The hell is sucralose? Is that Splenda? In that case, no. Okay, power cable. I'm really gonna do this. So that'll just go over to here. We're not gonna plug it in at first. First, I'm just gonna plug it up to AC. Now, in doing something like this, it helps to have a power strip that you can use as a quick on-off. 1 ohm minus a half equals a half, so it's about right. Yeah, I guess so. I don't have a plug strip. I ran out of plug strips because of some rewiring stuff that I did here. Actually, wait, what's this one? That one does not seem to be connected to anything, so we can use this one. If I can find the end of the plug, which is in the wall. Okay. All right, good. I do have a plug strip that I can use. Hold on, let me just, I gotta like crawl. I gotta crawl like way back into the corner over here. It's not pretty, so I'm not gonna put it on camera, but amazing insight, thank you. All right, half of the lab shuts off. Nope, okay, good. There we go, here's our safety device. An Ace Hardware plug strip. And this may actually be the same plug strip that I originally tested this supply with. Oh boy, here we go. So now I need a plug for this thing. Where do I have one? Where do I have a simple AC plug? Didn't I have one floating around? Oh, there's a plug strip in the corner. Oh, that's the Ace Hardware one that I think I used. Actually, no, this one, the one on camera is the one. It's actually in the picture that I showed. Let's see here. An AC cable, I should have plenty. Just maybe not in this section of the shop. Will this one do? No, that's not the right kind. I think I stole the one from over here. By this stuff. Hold on. Let me grab it. My pants are falling down as I do this, so I'm not going to change the camera view. You guys can keep looking at what you're looking at. No, not there. All right, where else? What else did I do with AC cables around here? I have a limited number of them because I like packed them away. It looks like I got to go on a journey to go get one, so I'm going to do that real quick. I'm going to go to a canvas bag that I have in the other room. The Beatus just subbed. Burn my sub. Well, I guess I got to. I'm just kind of like peeking around to see the power cable for the computer itself is like tied into the desk in like a bunch of different ways, so I can't get it out to show that. But I do have other power cables all over the place. I just got to remember where I stashed them. I don't need anything crazy. This thing doesn't take up that much current. I don't see anything. All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the other room. But let's put the Beatus up on the board first. The Beatus. Thank you so much for subbing, dude. Appreciate it. Yoink. Stupid cough. My allergies are just fucking me up today. I don't know what it is. DS4 Universe, 27 months. Hell yeah, dude. You and the Beatus, man. Beatus for 8 months. DS4 for 27. The Beatus, welcome to the board. You're by Chungus Pudding. That hasn't aged, that hasn't aged a day. What a meme. All right, so we're waiting for DS4 now. DS4 Universe going up on the board. There you go. Where else are there AC cables? Not there. I thought I had a couple just for this kind of purpose, but that's all right. I'll just go grab one. Is one in there? No. I think I stole the AC cable out of the steering wheel to put somewhere. I don't remember where, though. DS4 Universe, welcome to the board. Make a poster of the board when it's filled. I'd buy one. Maybe I should. DS4 Universe, welcome. You're right by Fredonia Broadcast. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. All right, as a safety measure, I need to have the plug strip in line with this thing that I'm turning on. Actually, the computer I moved over to the other power supply, so that's good. So that means that it's not on the plug strip that I'm going to plug it into. Wait a minute. Oh no, that's the heat gun. So I gotta go get a power cable. I know where they are. I'm just gonna go grab one. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Check, check. Ooh, that seems a little quiet. No, I guess it's good. Twisted Sister! BRB going to the moon. I know, right? Hey, 43 months. Twisted Sister, thank you so much. Let's put you up on the board. And then we'll plug a power cable into this thing. 100 bits! Oh god, you guys have gotten a hype train going. Bum, bum, bum. Hype train. All right, Twisted Sister going up onto here. Thank you so much for the many, many months. Doggo emote time. Level 2! Twisted Sister gifting a sub to Zemetrix. 378 gift subs, holy shit. Let's put you up on the board. Bam! Zemetrix is going to be going up after Twisted Sister. Wayne Johnson, thank you for the 69 bits. Anonymous Cheerer giving 100 bitums. Vatanon as well with 100 bitums. Thank you guys for all these generous contributions. Twisted Sister going by Groovy Something and Phoebe. Turtle Flowers right there. Dr. WD40. Mr. Anderson. Oh my god, Three Mares is gifting 5 subs. Gifting 5 subs. The streamer is clearly stalling. He's stalling. Alt F4 for stream. Bullorg, Pickle Liquor, Tommy T. Turner, and Lubix. All going up on the board thanks to Three Mares. 15 bits. Take my last bits. Thank you for the bits. All right, there's the metrics. Thanks to Twisted Sister. Wayne Johnson is gifting a sub, and it went to Sci-Town. Welcome, welcome. Thank you guys so much. Zemetrix, you're above brown bag code. Welcome to the board. And away we go. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Back over to here. We got the 5 gifted subs from Three Mares going up on the board. Oh yeah. Twisted Sister gifting another subs. Wait, 1 sub or... All right, I'll catch up with what you guys are doing over there. Oh my god. Twisted Sister gifting a sub to Nikolai L. And then the Amazonian Walrus. And then Makotronics is jumping in on the train for his 35th month sub. Thank you so much, Makotronics. All you guys are going up on the board. Oh boy, this is turning into a job. Got a ways to go. I think that site is still up, but it's a very old database. I haven't been able to update the database to GitHub. And I think it was Mark something or other. Hasn't updated it. That's kind of the fate of the Burn the Subs viewing project. So somebody will get 75% of the way through, and then it kind of face plants. Bullorg, welcome to the board. Thanks to 3 mares and 5 gifted subs. Yoink. I haven't checked out the Alt F4 stream in a little while. I should check that out. I think that's like a generic content host or something like that. Is that right? I forget. They used to be up on the live channel all the time. Tommy T. Turner, welcome to the board. You're by the Long Apple and Gotham 123. Tommy T. Turner. Who's next? Alt F4 I don't think has gone up yet, so it could be either that or... Ooh. See, it's like I can't look directly at the thing because it'll hurt my eyes. Lubix, welcome to the board. Huh. This thing is loose, so I'm going to tighten it up a little bit. Oh no, it's already starting. No, 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 no. Huh. There you go. Pickle Licker, welcome to the board. Pickle Licker is one of those refugees from all of the like Criken and Tomato and stuff like that, and Rabaz. Good to see him around. Welcome to the board. He's gifted me a sub to like Bredimus and stuff. And we're walking, and we're walking. Oh! Ah! Oh, earthquake. Okay. Now it's the Alt F4 stream. Weird. That was the first one to come through for the gift subs, but the last one to go to the board. All right. Then we got Wayne Johnson gifting a sub to Sai Tawan. Wayne Johnson's gift is going to go up in just a second here. I think it might home before it does that. It might home before it does that, because the way the streamer works, not the streamer, I mean the thing that sends the code to this laser to move it around, it works in batches. So if a batch of names comes in, it says, all right, I'm going to get these names, and I'm going to print them on the board. And then it does that. Oh, no, it looks like it's going right over to Sai Talon, gifted by Wayne Johnson. Thank you for the gift. But it does it in batches, and so it'll home itself between those batches. But now, when it goes to get another batch, it'll get all the rest of the names. Yeah, this is where it homes. So after Wayne Johnson, it's going home. Then it's going to do twiztedsizter's 2 gifted subs. And then I'll catch up with chat. I don't know what's going on during all this. I've been wandering around. Oh, God, I don't have a lot of coolant in there. I wonder where it's going. Ugh. I had this full. This is full. And now there's a bunch of shit in the water. Oh, boy. I got to get the syringe and, like, clean it out. Could probably use a different reservoir on that water cooling system. It's just small water cooling stuff. There's not a whole lot of options. I would love to use some like chemistry glass in order to make the reservoir, but Oh! What are the results of the poll? Yes. Ah, you bastards. Fuck you. I'm not stalling. I didn't do it. No. I'm like that anime character where eventually the cloth that they're coughing into like has a little blood on it. And everybody's like, oh no. And then they're just not in the next episode. Amazonian Walrus, you've been gifted a sub by Twisted Sister. Same with Nikolai L, who just went up. Look at that walrus. Bits for the bit god. Thank you, Project 454. Makotronics going up now. Thanks to Makotronics, generous gift sub to Makotronics. You're going right by an older Rabaz. Little Fluffy Cloud, thank you for the 200 bits. twiztedsizter gifting a sub to Ged_Roke. And then 3mares gifting a sub to Turtle Flower. twiztedsizter, thank you so much for all those gift subs, man. Hope you've been doing good. You probably have. I've been reskinning my computer, and it's been a long project, and we're about to do one of the most nerve-wracking things, which is powering up the completely custom, well, you know, I say completely custom, and for all intents and purposes, people will consider this to be a built-from-scratch power supply. But the thing about the Vicor modules is if you're a power supply, you're like a power engineer or a scientist or somebody who's building a custom system for something, these are plug-in modules. These are modular parts. So they're really, it's not like I did a bunch of power factor calculations and figured out the ripple and the sizing of all the components. I said, module, 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 go, I choose you, and then chose a couple of support components for it based on my application. That's it. That's what Vicor advertises, and they're not paying me to say this, but that's what they do. So if you want to basically like pull a dump truck full of money up to their offices and drop it off, they'll solve some of the problems of making a power supply for you. So you don't have to be a fully fledged certified power electronics engineer in order to make something that needs a lot of current. That's why they're popular with lasers. Why am I pulling on shit? God damn it. My cables are getting caught on stuff, and my insulin pump line just got caught on something. I really need to neaten up around here. I think that's a cry for help is what that is. Turtle Flower is gracing the board with his presence, his exaltedness, the great Turts. My God, we're not worthy. You're by Mars Mua and David Chorvoth. That's thanks to the 3mares. Thank you, 3mares. Have you ever considered putting a camera on the gantry? No, that does seem like, well, I don't know. That's right, the tentacle of respiratory health. Must have submerged the board in epoxy. It has my name. It's sacred. I was thinking of tung oil, TUNG, because that's what's on this surface. It's good stuff. It's basically epoxy. Nature's epoxy, and it has a good stain to it. It's a good work surface. Okay, my stomach is now all weird because of the Red Bull. All right. Now you guys want me to use all these weird solutions, but I've already got the tung oil like ready to go. That's the hype train. Where'd we get? I got a beagle. Is that a beagle? I think it's a mixed breed. Level 4. Holy shit, guys. Thank you so much. Level 4 hype train. Hey, that's something. You got only like once or twice we've gotten to level 5. That's awesome. All right, so yes, we got to test this thing. So here we are dealing with puppy. Here we are dealing with amps of AC power, and so we need to have a bare minimum of safety measures in play. One of those is this little guy right here. A fire extinguisher. I guess this is an ABC, so it is good for electrical. So this thing is in the green for the pressure. There's no safety on it. That's comforting. Yeah, it looks like the pin fell out. But it's in the green for safety. So this is going right here, far away, but where I can get to it. If I have to take that out, shit has really, truly well hit the fan. Short lurker! Right after the hype train, guess I had to announce my sub to get in the hype train, but it didn't go back to moving the camera streamer slowly falling. God damn it. All right, let's put short lurker up on the board. Let's put short lurker on the board. You guys understand me. Short Lurker, thank you for subbing. 32 months. Hot damn. I really am stalling, aren't I? It's just a big stall. We have our 0.6 ohm dummy load. What is going to be drawing 20 amps from the board, or sorry, from the power supply. I am going to first power it up without a load, which is typically like a no-no with power supplies. But in this case, the modules are able to handle it as they do. Short Lurker, welcome to the board. What happens when the board is full? I have a demonic orgy with it. Yeah. And then we can summon the Dark Lord. Finally. So we are well within our current characteristics of this wire. When the board's full, I put it aside. I haven't decided what to do with the finished boards yet. I should probably get like a really nice camera and scan them and put them somewhere so that people can observe them. That's something that I would like to do. People have made software where you can search it like a database and it'll like Google Maps like zoom you into where your name is. I would like to figure that out and to host it on a website. I don't really know how to do that. I know GitHub lets you host stuff. So maybe with the finished databases, I can have like split it into parts and put that up online. The problem with metrics is that somebody always says they could code that, and then they do it, and they're like, yeah, I just want to tweak one or two things in order to make it not slow, and then they disappear, and that's it. And that's the end of it. So if I could host it on GitHub, that would be pretty cool. Just as like well, at that point it'll be like the 3 bother boards, but yeah. Programmers and their pet projects. It's like, I want to do a little project just so that I can test out my skills on not finishing something. All right, so drive around town until you see a Google Earth car. Just GTA, hijack it, take it back here. I now have my own Google Maps. And then the FBI shows up at my door. Okay, so I've cleaned the desk off. I've got space, I've got the plug-in for the dummy load, I've got the power supply, all the electronics in it. I have a thermal camera, which gives me a distinct advantage in this kind of thing. So we're gonna use all this stuff because I got it, and I'm gonna, I paid for it, I'm gonna use it. So this is my safety switch. I can turn this on and off at the drop of a hat. It's covered in dust. Oh God, it's disgusting. Woof. Blech. So I'm going to turn this on without a load. We're going to observe it. I have ohmed this out on the 12 volt line, on the 300 volt line, on the 120 volt line. We have relative confidence in this thing's functioning. I'm kind of nervous about that gap right there, but I have relative confidence. Relative confidence. It is a pretty sizable gap. I think it'll be okay. Yeah, Twisted, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Vicor power modules, but that's the premise behind these. What happens is, because the 300 volts is like a shipboard power. Hold on, okay, there we go. So what happens is you have an auto-ranging module, an ARM module, ARM. This does 120 or 300 or 200, it's like 90 to 300 volts input, 200 volts. 200 something. Anyway, whatever, fuck it. This does a bunch of different countries' power inputs, and it ranges it, and it auto scales it, and blah, blah, blah. It turns it into 300 volt DC. 300 volt DC, because you don't need as large you don't need as much copper, I guess, to carry it. So 300 volt DC going to these two modules, and these two modules input 300 volts DC, and then they output 12 volts at 25 amps each. And they work together in order to share the load, Mr. Frodo. So that's how my computer works. And that's kind of what happens in high efficiency power supplies anyway. So turn this on reset, plug that in. That's active. I'll put that over the edge of the desk. Oh God, am I really gonna do this? I mean, I should be totally confident in this. This should be a no-brainer. This should just work. But I have done a lot of modifications to this, and we moved this to a new circuit board. So I don't know. Is that a single rail power supply? I'm not sure. All right, guys. So let me plug this into the back. Boom. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Last check. Everything's plugged in. Everything's ready to go. I'm going to plug this in. I'm going to hover my finger over the stop button. Oh, whoops. Well, technically, I just powered it up, and nothing happened. Whew! Okay. I accidentally had it on. I didn't think I had it on. I do hear the whine that this thing creates, but the LEDs, 1, 2... Oh, the input LED is not on. Turn it off. These will start flashing. Yep, and then that comes on. All right, everything works. Yeah, look at the status LEDs. So the auto-ranging module has one LED. You can see it on dimly right there. That one means that there's a problem with the power. Here, I'll focus the camera. Back, arm focus. You guys, like, really farted that up, didn't you? That big moment. That was like a big moment, and you guys just had to let fly all of your fucking flash. Like, I can smell what you had for dinner. It's ridiculous. Like, why? You guys got to infect my airspace with that shit. So yeah, no earth-shattering kaboom. So that LED right there indicates that something is wrong with input power, whereas this one and this one indicate that something is right. I'm gonna unplug it. This one and this one indicate that something is right with power. The ones over here, one of them... Note to self, next time I turn on something that's going to be nerve-wracking, I will turn off the fart box. Turn off the fart box. All right. Is everybody out of channel points now? I'm going to let you guys get that all out of your colons. We done? No, we're not done. How many more? How many more do we got? I know. It's like Taco Tuesday around here. You're right. You guys are cut off. No more bean burritos. Yeah, there. Use them up. Use them all up. I don't want anybody to have channel points in here. None of that channel point stuff that you guys all doing in here. Yeah, Troglodyte, what they do is they save up their channel points, and then when something serious is happening that I'm nervous about, they start setting them off. What's going on is everybody is using this thing right here. This is the channel point powered Harman Kardon speaker fart box. This thing used to be a comedy fart noise maker that was sent to me by Three Mares. She has since sent me several more. But what this does is when you spend channel points, this thing is up on the Twitch API as well. And this thing is monitoring for channel point redemptions, and instead of having it play a comedy noise into like instead of having it play it like directly through OBS or some online service, it is a direct, it's an ESP8266, but it is directly connected through the Wi-Fi to Twitch, and when somebody redeems a channel point, it will set off a random fart. Now the thing is, I didn't expect this, but putting in that Harman Kardon speaker from like an old speaker system that advertises Harman Kardon's, putting that speaker in there made it very loud. Like, these are visceral. And then I put this OtterBox around it because I just had one. I just had this OtterBox sitting there not doing anything. I was like, I'll put it in this. And so it ends up being quite loud and bassy. But all that you're hearing is it through my lapel microphone. So these are actual physical sounds in meat space. If I walk away from this thing, it gets quieter. I'm not going to walk away, but if I walk away from this thing, it gets quieter. I really should have printed that the text in a different, probably like white, or like, you know, a better color. I wanted it like marquee text to like light up, but that didn't really work out. I'll have to redo that print. It looks okay in person, but on the camera like this, it doesn't look great. Anyway, moving back over to here. So there are status LEDs on this thing that indicate that everything came up and worked properly. We have an LED on the module here, an LED on the module here, and an LED on the module here. The fact that this LED didn't turn on is good. And I should probably reverse that so that it does turn on when it's good, but who cares? Anyway, the fact that this did not turn on is good. The fact that this one turned on is good. The fact that this one turned on is good. Then we have two LEDs over here. One of them is status OK, and the other one is fan active. So let's turn it on and let's see what happens. There's a Twitch streamer who has a very loud fart points redemption, but he streams in public. That's great. All right, so I'm going to turn this on again. There we go. See, the status LED is blinking, and then the fan is on, and the fan's turned on and then turned off. And then the status is just off. I thought the status was supposed to be illuminated, but I guess not. So the power supply works 100%. Let me turn it off again. Now there is a squealing noise that the power supply makes. And that squealing noise is because it is lowering the switching frequency of the input power so that it can limit the amount of, well, it basically runs at its most efficient at all times. That's essentially what the gist of it is. So here we have the plug for the giant resistor that I want to plug into this thing. Now this thing is going to run 20 amps out of this, which is within the amperage of the connector. It's within the amperage of the wire. Should be all right. But 20 amps is still a sizable amount of current to be pumping out of this thing. So we're going to take a look at the heat of this as it functions. Yeah, that restricted area right there is kind of trouble. Oh boy. So here's nervous test number 2. Power supply versus resistor bank. Well, I hear noises. Oh. It doesn't like it. Yeah, it's one of the modules doesn't like it. Nothing was heating up. I mean, maybe if I turn it on and then put the dummy load on it, it just really doesn't like that load. Yeah, it actually, the ranging module might think that it's a short. You're right. Might be too little resistance. All right, turn it back on. Oh, there we go. I thought I saw smoke. You see anything happening? Oh, the resistors are heating up. Oh boy. Oh boy, look at down there. Oh boy. The fan is not turning on. All right, I'm unplugging this fucking thing. God damn it, you people. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That shouldn't be heating up as much as it is. I don't know if that's a problem. Let me get the temperature probe in here. I should probably turn this off first. What else is heating up? Yeah, the supply line for that thing. This is like serious gaming going on right here. The power supply heatsink is not getting that hot. I guess it is, but these aren't turning on. Are they? No, they're not turning on. Oh boy. All right, I'm going to turn this off now. Yeah, those are physically hot. I don't really want to touch capacitors. That's not hot at all. That's just barely warm. Looks like a jack-o'-lantern. Listen. That is physically warm. Yikes. Yeah. I mean, that's running 20 amps plus. And that's not distributed. That's out of one single thing. That's kind of warm, isn't it? This has discharge capacitors on it, by the way. Discharge resistors. That's actually not that hot. Yeah, 240 watt resistor made out of space heater made out of resistors. Yikes. Yeah, load testing is a hell of a thing, isn't it? God damn it. Ow. That is quite toasty. That is a lot of energy that went into that. Yeah, so the smart module gets freaked out when you first power it up with a heavy load. The hell's the marshmallow test? The pinheads were the same color as the power heatsink. Nothing like those payloads. Man, you know, they're 30 amp rated connectors. Well, 30 amp is according to the seller, who I don't know if I trust. The heating up connector over here is a concern. The problem is I can't change it. I don't have any other connectors unless I get the silicon rubber off of this thing, which I guess I could do, and then I can just make sure that the 3D print encloses that thing properly and like holds onto it, but I don't think that's really necessary. I've been running that connector for a long time. So do I trust it? That was illuminating. That was very illuminating, that test. All things considered, I really should flip. Ha 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 ha. Owie, 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 owie. I should do it like this. I should flip this one over. Hell, I could even run the fan on it to cool it off a little bit, and then flip this over. Now I've got the heatsink sandwich that we need. That thing can now dissipate enough heat. No, other way around. I don't want the hot stuff to be touching the desk. Do we see any other concerns? I mean, the connector, interestingly enough, the connector over here didn't get hot. This one right here, that one didn't hold an excess amount of heat. It was only this one that did. And I don't know why. Try to, like, work the connectors a little bit so that maybe they get better contact. I mean, we can try that. Yeah, I mean, it's uncomfortably hot. It's not like dangerous. Man, there's also like a bead of solder right there that I really want to get rid of. It's messing with me. So the power supply works. That means that, like, basically the computer's ready to be, like, fully tested and vetted out, right? I could probably run some benchmarks on it too. The power supply fans did not turn on. I don't know why. I don't know why. This fan, of course, didn't come on because the computer's not turned on. Is this falling slowly? Yeah, why is my camera... My camera is doing a slow pan. Where are we slow panning to? Okay, anyway. They tighten up the mount a little bit. This is a really weird, slow, dramatic pan, yeah. All right, let's do it again. Instead of having this thing there, I'm going to move this over here so we can see everything in one shot. And if those fans turn on, then they'll have the effect of cooling everything. That heatsink held up like a champ. It didn't do a goddamn thing. It was pretty interesting. And I would like to have this fan on because that would have a different effect. This is 0.6 ohms, and it's very hot. Jeez. It's like this thing needs its own fan. It's just a big block of heat right now. I'm gonna let it cool off a little bit before we do that again. We'll take it through like a couple cycles and see if we can't get these fans to turn on. They didn't turn on, and this heatsink didn't get very hot, which is great. That means that of the 20 amps that it's dumping in here, I don't know, what is it? It should be, I don't know. Let's put the multimeter on it too. Make sure that we get 12 volts. Where do the heatsink fans get power? They're powered by the power supply. So those will come on with the power supply. They don't rely on the computer at all, which is, you know, how it should be. Now, if I were responsible, I would put a fan on this thing and hook it up to its own 12 volts, but I don't want the turbulent air in here to affect cooling on the main power supply, so... Excuse me. Ugh. Strange crackle? Hold on. All right, hopefully that fixes it. I don't know though. I'd have to keep talking in order to vet that out. Owie, owie. Quite warm. Quite warm. Man, that generated some heat, guys. That's over 98.6 degrees. Let me go get the no contact thermometer just so I can have a reference. I don't know if I need to rethink that 3-pin connector. I don't know what kind of connector I could put there that would carry more current. I mean, a DuPont connector? Does that fit a fan Molex connector? Or is there a higher current version of the Molex fan connector? That's the part that I don't really know, and that kind of concerns me, is that, like, remember we saw a little like scorch mark on the previous version of that connector. The wire is totally fine to handle that current. I could solder it directly to the pins. That would certainly handle that amount of whatever the hell that thing is going through. 97 degrees. All right, are we ready for the next test? 3, 2, 1, go. Plugging this in is a little awkward. All right, here we go. 20 amps on the clock. Connected, good, nothing smoking. Got a lot of heat coming in, a lot of current. That's getting a little toasty up there. That's getting a little toasty down there too. Oh boy. I don't like that one bit. Well, it's 82 degrees, 83 degrees. Can we trust 83 degrees? The fans are not turning on, which is a bit of a concern. But the heatsink is 80 degrees. I don't know if it'll turn on at 80 degrees. 98, 92, 95, 93, 101 degrees Fahrenheit, 93. Of course, the heat it's generating is much greater than the heat that it's actually, like, experiencing, but I'm concerned that maybe it's not getting the... I think I had this set up so that I could serial monitor the micro. The micro is blinking the fans, and it did turn the fans on and off again when it booted up, so I know that it's able to control the fans. Jesus, 130 degrees on this thing? 150? I don't know about this. That thing is getting kind of toasty over there. The heatsink isn't even warm. The heatsink is working quite well. You want it in Celsius? Here. Just do the conversion yourself, man. 51 degrees, 38, 40. That little connector is 35. So that's not getting much hotter. It just kind of remains at that temperature. This thing is cooking. It's going to melt my desk. 40 degrees C. Normal computer temps? Yeah, I guess. But, like, when are these fans going to turn on? We're at 40 degrees Celsius, 50. 36, 46, 48, 38, 40. I may have to get the soldering iron over here. When do you feel it's boot time? I could pretty much do it now. if I hook up my hard drive. What's our voltage looking like? Four volts. What the fuck? What's going on here? Did it cut off? No, 11.6 mid thing. 55C probably? I don't know. We'll see. 37, 38, 34, 33. Yeah, we're just not getting the high temperatures that I was hoping for. This thing looks like it's maxed out at 50C. Yeah, at around 54, this thing is dissipating all the heat that it can. Connector is at 40, 38. This thing is at 32, 38. Midboard 43, 34, 45. No electricity is exploding over there. The capacitors aren't exploding. Yeah, the power the dummy load is dissipating quite a bit of energy right now. It probably could use a few fans, but I'm too cheap. I'm too much of a cheap ass. Okay, so before sparks fly and everything dies, I guess we'll power it off now. And I gotta let this thing. Yeah, I really don't want to melt heatsink like things into my desk. That's getting quite warm. So we passed the load test. Share the load, Mr. Frodo test. I probably, you know, for the interest of keeping heat out of stuff, it would have been good to double up these wires, but that would be if I got closer to 30 amp draw. I mean, that kind of current draw is like running a modern game would probably do that. I don't think we get too close to the that is really hot. I don't think we get too close to the maximum parameters of this thing, the full 30 amps per connector. If it can cook, this probably could cook an egg right now. That is quite warm, and I think I wanna actually put it up on something. Just because I don't want that heat getting directly to my desk. This is the most responsible way to handle something that is of an extended amount of heat. There we go. That separates it from stuff a little bit more. I gotta move out of the way so that the air coming from the fan can get over this. I could probably put a couple fans on this. But for a dummy load, I mean, it was only meant for intermittent stuff. Success, I think. My only concern is this connector right here. If I have problems with that going forward, I'm gonna need to break apart this whole thing and put a different connector there. And I was thinking maybe I could do like an XT30 with 3 pins, but I mean, look, I know you guys love to push the meme of water cooling, but an oil bath would actually be really good. If I got like a resistive wire heater, I could submerge that in a bucket of oil. It's warm, but not that hot. No, man, it is hot as fuck. This thing is radiating heat right now. I can feel it. This thing is 150 degrees Celsius on high wattage resistors. Sorry, 50 degrees Celsius, which is 150, 125 Fahrenheit. Fahrenheits. Does this thing have a backlight? No, it doesn't look like it does. No backlight on this thing. Yeah, 130 degrees F. If it looks white on the thermal, it's glowing. The thermal is auto-ranging, so if I don't look at anything warm, my hand looks like it's on fire, and you can see the veins. But if I look at something warm, my hand is dark orange. So as we approach body heat, 98.6 degrees, it'll start to, my hand will get brighter. God, this is like the episode of Star Trek where Geordi turns into that weird alien. Anyway, we're cooling it off right now because this thing is it's a little overspent. It got a little warm. Now I could put a temperature probe on this or on the heatsink, but man, this new heatsink, it's like hot, but it really is dissipating that heat well. Like I am getting heat off of it. It is quite warm, My only concern is that it is somehow not able to control the fans. But when I first powered it on, the power supply went through its little readiness blinking, and then it turned all the fans on and then off again. So I think that's right. I think it can control those. It's just that the heatsink is dissipating the heat. Fuck. It's dissipating the heat so well. See that? That's where I almost got a burn. It's dissipating the heat so well that I think it's not getting all that warm. I'm pretty happy with that. All right. Are we ready, chat? We ready? Do I need to get my keyboard and mouse and come plug it into this thing? So that our 11.6 volts can get to everything in here? I think I want to let this thing cool off a little bit more, though. Because this is kind of somewhat a little too toasty. Let's put a fan on it. Keep in mind that the heat is bouncing off of that, so 50C might not be what it actually is at. It might actually be at a slightly different temperature than what is reported. Get 4 jumper wires here. Like a bimetallic whatever would probably do a lot better to give us an idea of what temperature it's at. But I don't have one. Not available. Not at the moment. Actually, I do. I have a bunch. To be fair. Hold on. Give me one sec. Let me just get like a really terrible collection of jumpers here. And just hook both of these fans up. White wire. 2 blues, white, and a black. I guess I'll do white and black for the power. That's weird. I'm trying to color coordinate them a little bit. The sides of the reflectors look like they're anodized aluminum, so I don't know if that's really going to work. Maybe. Maybe I could do that. Oh, God. Oh, wait a minute. 2 black wires. Never mind. Sorry, I'm having trouble seeing stuff today. Go. And that. And that. Do you want to blow air on it? I don't know which direction is better. Okay. Do it like this. I know I should use the power supply to do this, but I'm going to do it this way. Just don't want to solder it. I could solder these to the side rails and then it would cool itself while it was on, but man, that's so quiet. That's so quiet. I really wish I'd gone with 60mm fans for the big power supply. But the, I mean, it's working so well right now that, like, this new heatsink is so good. Yeah, it's really dissipating that heat out. Next prediction is, will the computer turn on? Oh, God. I gotta live up to all these things. All right. So I'm gonna cool this down so that I can move it. And then we'll, oh God, I gotta hook this thing up to, like, I guess a little HDMI screen, and then we can power it on. I think I still have some 3D benchmarking software that we can run. We're gonna run it, I think we're gonna run it open case like this, just in case I need to access anything. Ouch, owie, ow, ow, oof, ow, ow, my bones, ow. Yeah, it's getting it there. You know you love living up to all these things? Man, I don't know. I know it gives me a little, well, no, I know it should give me a little street cred with you guys, but it never does. Yeah, this is pretty good. It's working out. The only problem is that seam right there, that seam that you see, open it up a little bit. That's right where the rail is. It's not totally noticeable, but I could have put these on the power supply. That could have been the way that it was. It could have had 60mm fans and these big ugly holders on the sides. That's what I was going to take to the LAN party, and it is very quiet. These are actually a little bit louder. You can hear them. They're soft, but they do make noise. All right, well, who knew? Fans help you cool stuff pretty significantly, huh? All right, off this goes. I need to get my computer stuff over here and start hooking it up so that we can run some benchmarks and I can run some actual current through this thing. Now, I'm not going to put the top on because we want to see stuff heating up. I don't want the gratings to get in the way. I think everything should work out, but I need to plug in the hard drive too. I guess I'll just do it the way that it was before. So this thing is powered down, good. These fans I can get out of the way. The dummy load we don't need anymore, which that was fun and worked out. All right, dot, 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 dot. That there. I'm gonna try to keep the clutter down because I'm gonna need another keyboard and mouse over here. There's a couple more connections that need to be made before this thing is ready to go. Back you guys up. All this stuff is like warm. Oh God. Ah! It softened the leftover compound on this. This thing is a little toasty too. This thing is not very good at dissipating heat, is it? All right, this thing away. Move this over here. Make our stand over here. Turn this off. Coil the cord for it. In the place of a monitor, I'm going to be using this thing, which is a tiny little screen that I've used to configure the file server. It was something that I bought for like drones, but it's not very good. So we're not going to be pushing a lot of pixels. I'm not going to be pushing an incredible number of pixels to this thing. This horrible thing. I have another monitor somewhere that I should probably find. But that, with an HDMI cable, can be our readout. Oh yeah, I need to hook up a couple more things too. So that's our readout, and then I need to tilt this, yeah, up. Oh yeah, and hook up this cable. So power to the hard drive, because this is the system drive. I need this hard drive. Our stands, by the way, finished printing, but we'll get to those later. So that goes up through here. And then the SATA cable, the new one gets here tomorrow, so it's not a touch screen. The other one I have is a touch screen. That one is just a video screen. But you know, the computer, the 1080 FTW will probably be able to run that, you know, considering. Man, that barely fits. Jeez. All right, so those will just sit under there. Underwear. All right, system drive, plug you in temporarily. Doesn't really matter which one of these I plug it into. I'll put it in 0. I think that works with the M.2. Then this accessory with the pins facing up plugs into this side of the power supply module, because that does the 5 volts and the 12 volts, which I double and redouble and triple double checked. Now, these things are utter fucking bastards. I hate these things. I wish they had their own separate type of connector, or if they would all be lumped into one big connector. I think all of our lives would be enriched, but unfortunately, they suck. So here, what we need to do is open up the... Okay, throat, how about you not do whatever you're fucking doing right now? Okay, hold on. Oh my God. What the hell did I just cough up? What is that? It's like it's like a little pulsating bean. About the size of like one of them kiwi fruits. And it crawled away. I know it's allergies are really kicking my ass. I don't know what it is. I got like a deep cough out of it. Hot resistor fumes. All right. Yeah, so where did I put that? Did I really close it? God damn it. Oh, here it is. Oh, thank God. Yeah, if you guys were wondering what board it is, I didn't choose this thing purposely. My EVGA mini ITX board failed randomly on the way to a LAN, and so I replaced it with this thing, the GA Z270N Gaming 5, and it's got an i5 2700K. So, what we're looking for is F_panel. Control F_panel. F panel header. Power LED, power switch, reset. I don't have a reset switch. HD plus and minus, and then NC. So, considering where that gap is in the connector, and things are still kind of warm over here. Where the gap is in the connector, HDD LED, I've got a white wire and then a wire that has a unique color for each thing. I'm going to guess that the white wire is ground. That would make sense, right? So we've got power LED plus and minus. Power LED on this thing is on a 3-pin header. I've got to repin these things with a different wire, because they're not great. So power minus goes in towards the connector. All right, power minus and plus, just, oh geez, it's like no room to work. They stuff this in like the worst corner of the whole thing. Power switch right next to it. I love how they give polarity for the power switch. I mean, I guess that gives you an idea of which one is the signal pin and which one is ground, but man, it like, you don't need polarity on a switch, man. Here, I need the light. Oh, good, it's in a shadow. And I need forceps in order to plug these stupid things in. Super glue them together. No. You guys don't need to do that. What you can do is you can actually get a DuPont connector kit, and you could put them all on one big connector. You don't need to do... What are these suggestions? Super glue them together, use subglue to make a single solid connector, rake something over it. No, man. Like, look, if you get a DuPont connector kit, or at least just the right header for it, I mean, I guess you could glue two DuPonts together. I've done that before, but what you can do is just get a DuPont header kit that has like a 2-row header, and you could bend up the old connector pins, and you could repin it to have a square connector. And then it would just plug right in. So keep an eye out for like a 2-row DuPont connector, or, you know, just buy one from DigiKey or something. Anyway, yeah, power switch in the next 2 pins. I just don't have enough wire or maneuverability, so I'm using forceps to help me. My hands away from hands. God, dust just like got right into my fucking throat and I started coughing. Okay, this isn't working at all. This sucks. All right, hold on. Yeah, I need to do the power one second. Give me more leeway. It's okay. All right. Hold on. God damn it. I got the light in my mouth right now. This sucks. All right. Fuck you. Fuck this. Fuck this shit. It's fucking bullshit. Here you go. There you go. You go find your room. You should get this fucking thing. We're gonna plug it in, and then I'm just gonna give you 1 pin over. Nope, that's good. Okay, so there's that. The HDD LED and the power switch ground goes towards that. It goes like this. I gotta make sure it actually plugs in. It's a 3-pin header that I'm putting in a 2-pin location that doesn't have any room. And this one, the ground is on the same side, like that. Oh, these are old and crusty, these connection lines. I am going to redo all the connectors to these. I've got plenty of DuPont connectors that I can use, so. I see heat rolling around inside of this thing. There we are. That was easy. God, I hated that. My jaw hurts just thinking of gator gum. Gator gum, the best 3 seconds of flavor you'll ever get. Same thing with fruit stripes. You get a sum total of like 3 seconds of flavor, and then it is just sap after that. All right, we need power for this thing. Why are you not... tighten that up. All right, there we go. And then I'll get the keyboard and mouse over here. I don't know if I really have room for it, but yeah, we'll try. Give it a shot. Now, where did I put the power brick for this thing? I thought it lived in this rack. Did it fall behind the rack? Oh, God damn it. All right, it's not there. Fuck. God damn it. What does this thing take? Probably 12 volts. I'm going to guess 12 volts. Maybe 5. I don't know. God fucking damn it. All right. See, the reason that I had this thing, I specifically put this thing in the rack case because it was my monitor. So it was the monitor that I could use on stuff, but I think the power supply fell behind everything, so it's probably gone. It's probably stuck inside the rack, and the rack has all the streaming computer stuff in it right now. So I can't fish around in there to find it. It should have been on the shelf where it was sitting, which is right here, but I did some stuff with the internet things, and then I think it fell behind. Shit. All right, so I gotta find a different power brick. I got a whole thing of power bricks over here. Does it use USB power? No. No. It's a screen. All right, let me find a power supply that'll suit this thing. All kinds of bullshit sitting over here. I'm currently like over here looking through power supply bricks that I have in a drawer. They're in a bin. So I need something that's going to give me 12 volts. I don't know if that connector's not going to fit. Never mind. That was 12 volts, 1.5 amps, but it's not the right connector. Fortunately, I don't have like an output from that thing. What is this? 12 volts, 1 amp, and it's got a nice big connector on it. I think that'll do. I don't think this thing will take over an amp. Do you? Let's see. I could, but I mean, that only took me a second to find. I hope this thing isn't like 9 volts. It's in for a rude awakening if it is. It's just like a Netgear power brick. I like prop that up over there so we have like a screen readout. There we go. Cool. All right, so it is 12 volts. No signal. Well, of course there's no signal. All right, so that's our monitor. Welcome, monitor. Thanks for being here. Ah! Fuck. Shit, fuck. No, don't touch the... Stream Deck. I know, it's like a maker project. Like, you build stuff on stream, you have to make your own Stream Deck. No, when it comes to like the setup here, I don't like a whole lot of jank when it comes to actually like the streaming equipment. Everything else, yeah, it can be janky, but the stuff that allows me to broadcast, I don't like messing around with it too much. I know other people have had super duper luck with their own custom Stream Decks, but I'm not going to go through that. All right, so that's currently off. The power supply is off. Let me get a keyboard and mouse over here. I think that's it for the equipment that we're going to boot this thing up with. This is my entire computer here. Man, everything's covered in dust over here. Oh, it's like a wasteland of neglect. What have I done? I'm so sorry. My poor computer desk. Oh, whoops, I don't need that. That's a Stream Deck. There's like, this table has just become like garbage. It's just full of garbage. I need to clean that whole desk off before I reinstate my computer. All right, so I got both of the drives plugged in. I've got the extra computer power thing plugged in. Can I actually get a USB on that? Oh, I can. Hey, that's pretty nice. I didn't expect that. To be able to plug in the USBs all the way on the left or on the right. That's unique. Oh, I can't put that all the way in. Keyboard. I got mouse. I got keyboard. I got games on my iPad. Mister, do you have games on your iPad? What the wait, where's the second USB? Why can't I find it? Hold on. Unplug that. Plug it in below. There we go. I'm gonna have to run a USB hub on the computer in order to run it. All right, that's gonna be a bit of a crazy setup, but it'll be good enough. I'll make sure I'm not hitting mouse buttons. All right. Yeah, 3 times flip for USB. All right, so plug in all of the supply lines for the stuff. You got the stuff. Yeah, I got the stuff. I got the stuff, the power. I got the poison. I got the remedy. Yeah, the stress that those connectors are under because of the wires right here is it's kind of bad. I can't really do much about it. No, listen, guys, I don't think we're really going to get magic blue smoke here. I think that's kind of ludicrous, right? We've tested the power supply. It powers on with 12 volts. I've got the car CPU power in there. I've got the JST connector. I'm not going to call it good. Made sure that those voltages were right. The power brick has kind of a bit of a high power situation going on there that I don't like. The only thing that isn't, like, this cable right here isn't hidden, but I think for the most part everything's good to turn on. So I mean, are you guys ready to give it a go? There's like rice in my keyboard. Did you test wire polarity? I'll do it again just to be safe. So on these, the top row is 12 volts. The bottom row is ground. So if I go to ground here, can you guys see the multimeter? Hold on, you guys are behind stuff. Hey, Clever Champion, thank you for following. And then I go down to negative right here. I get, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. This thing is not cooperating. Ah! Stay fucking goddamn it. Stay like, okay, all right. You. Negative, negative, negative. Then this one is negative. And then this one is positive. Okay, so the lower row is positive. Whoops. Whoops-a-daisy. 175 ohms. Go over to positive ohms. Let's double check that. Let's double check that. So instead of trusting front and back images, what I'm looking for is the combination. So the combined wires Yeah, I guess this one's good enough as any. The combined wires are both ground. Ground, ground, and then the one right next to it is also ground. So we'll test that. So ground, ground. Yep, 2 ohms. And then this one up here, also ground. Good. And then the other one, lots of ohms, charging capacitors. There, low ohms, low ohms, low ohms. On the other connector, low, low, low. Up here, positive. We get a changing amount of ohms, which is good. It's jumping all over the place, but yeah. Okay, so that's connected correctly. Plug that in to the side of the graphics card. Yeah, there we go. All right, and then the other one is the power supply. And so we look on, I got to look on the actual silk screen of that thing in order to figure out which one is which I can't see right now. I do happen to know that this one is positive. The one, actually, wait, no, further out is positive. This one is positive. So I hook that up to positive. Low ohms, hook it up to negative. Changing variable amount of ohms, hook it up to negative. Oop, negative 0.6, that's good. This one goes out to there. I don't know which one. That should be fine. That should be fine. I've checked that over multiple times. So we're all good. Everything's been ohmed out. Ready to go. I'm ready to turn on this computer and find out what's going to explode because I didn't check something over. I don't think that's going to be the case, though. I just don't think that's going to be the case. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, to quite disastrous consequences. But I think this should be okay. I am stalling because I'm nervous. All right, so let's get this thing started. Yeah, part of it is double checking everything like 500 times in order to make sure that everything is exactly as you meant it to be. I do have a plug strip over here that I can turn off quickly, but if I reverse current anything at this point, it's going to kill stuff. So why is this not as bright as it could be? There, I guess that is as bright as it could be. All right. You guys ready for this one? I'm not, but let's give it a go. Power supply's on. Nothing is exploding. Nothing's overheating. Power plug. Everybody turns on. Oh yeah, I need to request the appropriate input on this thing. Which button is that? Not that one. Would you just... Hold on, I'll power this off and on again. The computer's booting up and everything. I really wish we could see it. HDMI, no signal. God damn it. Why aren't you outputting HDMI? All right, it doesn't want to turn on HDMI. Keyboard's on. I don't know really what to do. Yeah, all the fans came on appropriately. Nothing is exploding. The power button is on. Graphics card is lit up. Power supply is looking pretty good. Looking good, buddy. My mouse is lit up, but it's not outputting on HDMI. Yeah, I guess I could do MOBO video first just to make sure. No, nothing is burning. Everything is just kind of like at a nominal temperature. I really don't want to interrupt this thing too much. It's got orange LEDs all over it, so that should work out. Graphics card is lit up blue. Is there anything I forgot to plug in? I don't think so. I didn't get any beeps because I don't have a... I don't think I hooked up a beeper to this thing. So... I'm going to just turn it off and on again. Although it is thinking. I'm going to maybe let it stop thinking first. No, that's not it. The HDMI cable plugged in fully. I don't know why you guys keep wanting to blame that. Look. Look at how much metal is stuck out of that thing. It's fully plugged in. Everybody wants to blame the 3D print's thickness. That ain't it. Yeah, the case isn't fully put together yet. It's going to look better when Walrus Soros, when I put the lid on it and everything is fully contained, but there's the monitor not having been off during power not giving the sense. I mean, I unplugged it and plugged it back in. I'll try again. It really should be sensing that this is the only thing plugged in, right? Oh, there it goes. There we go. You guys are not allowed to look. Hey, look over there. Man, typing on a sideways keyboard is weird. It's so small. Okay, hold on. You guys look over there for a second. Oh, it's not connected to any network, and I don't have the antennas plugged in, so it's not going to be able to start up Discord or anything. Yeah, go ahead and close that, and let's close Mulvod. No, stop it. What are you doing? What the fuck is going on here? Hold on. Why did it open up a huge window? Oh, because it's Discord. Discord, stop it. Get out of here, Discord. Nobody asked you. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, everything's like crushed against one singular little screen, and it's disgusting. All right, so Steam. Yeah, I'm typing sideways. Steam's not really going to appreciate being run in offline mode. Oh, no, I guess it's okay. So what 3D Mark... God, this screen is so dirty. Library, and then I need to just boot up a game that will allow me to run it without network connection. Let me see if there is a benchmark. So 3D, the number 3, the number D. I could have sworn that I had a 3D Mark. Delete. The keyboard is sideways, so I'm a little bit hard pressed to figure out how to type on it. Furmark. I had Furmark at one point. I don't know if I deleted it or not. I just boot up The Witcher. Oh, do I not have it installed either? That might be a problem. I might just have to like do Valheim and just see how it does, or like Dirt Rally or Mass Effect or something. Do these need network connections? They probably do. Fallout New Vegas probably doesn't. Try Mark. M. A. God, I really need to twist this keyboard around. Why do I have Arma 3 server? What the fuck? Automation, no. What was it called? What was the one with like the big reactor in it? Hold on, I'm gonna turn the keyboard over like this. Bench. BN. Resident Evil 6 benchmark. What the fuck? Well, I can't download it right now because I'm freaking I didn't connect this thing online. Dirt has a built-in benchmark. Okay, let's do Dirt then. Boop. Oh my god, on this tiny little screen. Okay, I agree to whatever you say. Basically, we're just trying to generate heat. Right now, the heatsink is not even hot. Ooh, I can hear noises coming from the PSU as Dirt Rally boots up. It's making like minor squealing and grinding noises. That thing's getting kind of warm. Well, I got a kill switch next to me, so any key or enter. Wow, that's making a lot of noise. The fans are still not on. So I'm wondering if the fans are ever going to turn on. No, not tutorials. Options and extras. Why is my left arrow key not working? Options and extras. Graphics. We're starting up. We're using a bit of it. All right, benchmark mode. And then I'll put it on. Oh, loop is off. Yeah, let's just run the benchmark test. That screen is filthy. All right, so we're heating up. We're getting it underway. Fan spin. I'm concerned about the power supply fans not turning on. Then again, there's not an incredible amount of heat being generated. There's quite a bit of noise coming from this. Everything seems to be functioning, and the case fan is on. It's just these aren't turning on. But that heatsink hasn't gotten hot enough yet. Let me put a piece of painter's tape on the heatsink so you guys can get an idea of the heat in there. Whew. Man, this thing is... It's running the benchmark. It's running a car running through the forest with like wet roads and stuff. They might turn on when the PSU gets hot enough. Yes, that's how I program them. Yeah. Exactly how I program them. That is so concerning. I really need to find a different 3-pin connector. Look at that. Oh, it's making some noises. It's getting worked. Now, over time, the heat is going to permeate the heatsink. Heatsink is at 96 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's my heat. That's a little... Oh, God, it turned back on. Why is there so much delay in that? A weird delay. Dirt Rally running on 6x6 pixels. The temperature in Arizona. Oh, man. There she goes. Hey, it looks pretty crispy in the dark. You guys can't really see it, though, because of the auto-ranging camera. Pretty good. 115. Are the fans? Yeah, the fans should be on. They're not on. Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. Blue LED is on. Fans are not. Nope, there they go. They just started. Fans just started. At 120 Fahrenheit. Yeah, I made sure that the fans were hooked up correctly, so... Yeah, they're on. They're on very slow right now. Car's running through the rally. Oh yeah, we don't have a C to F calc here. Okay, those are now on more strongly. Are we getting a lot of hot air leaving the not yet. There might be a bit of a cascading effect. It probably needs to be tuned a little bit. But heat's starting to permeate through everything. 123. Woo, that is toasty. That is toasty. What is 80 C in F? Alexa, what's 80 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? 176 is the glass temperature of PETG. We're not quite there yet. Let's turn over to C. I'm not good with C and F conversions, but those fans are ejecting air properly. Oh wait, we got benchmark results at least. They're nothing to write home about. So let me why isn't it recognizing my inputs? Is it mouse? No. I guess I can just hit continue. Wow, I can't get to the other... Alright. Man, Dirt Rally really fucks your shit up, doesn't it? So let's go back to graphics then. Options and extras. Graphics. Benchmark. I'm not going to loop it. We'll just run it again. We're just trying to cook it right now. Trying to see what kind of dangers we're in for. I'm smelling glue. Why am I smelling glue? Is the UV glue not too happy with the temperatures that we're experiencing in here? Whoa, look at that. It might be everything kind of settling in. I mean, baking it initially is good because that way we can, 51 degrees. You know what I should do? Let's, I'm gonna get a piece of Captain tape and I'm gonna put a temperature probe on this with the multimeter. I don't even have to get up to do that. I've got all the equipment right here to do it. Probably should have put a current monitor on the power supply. Oh, wait a sec. I might not be able to get to it. The temperature probes are in the lower drawer of this thing, and I can't get to the lower drawer of this thing right now. I could try to move it. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Don't sink. Don't sink. Wow, there's a lot of heat over here. This is a warm zone. I don't know if you guys know that. It's a very warm zone right here. For the most part, I think this has been super successful. I don't want to count all my chickens. Something fell behind, and now I can't close this all the way. Great. All right, we'll fix that later. Everything is hot. There's so much heat. All right, let's get a reference. Ooh, these are starting to really... I'm starting to hear the fans on the side. I think that's how it goes. Yeah, plus there, and then we go to temperature, degrees F. I'll change it over to C in a second. And then a piece of Captain tape. Let's hold it down. Look at the heat right there. I told you. There's a little bit of air coming down from there, but it's so much quieter than it was before, though. Gaming is back on the menu, boys. There's still a lot of stuff that I need to do in order to make sure that this thing will game properly, but let's take it from a more central area. We'll go over here. .46C. It's a nice summer day. I'm blocking the exhaust a little bit over here. Better that you know the temp than us, I guess. I won't block the exhaust. You guys can see the effect that this is having over here. Now, I don't have charts. Charts will set you free. Oh, looks like our benchmark ended. I'm gonna set it on loop, I guess, because we'll just bake the shit out of it now that we've gotten. I sort of like brought it slowly up to this temperature. Uh-oh, no. You don't get to move around, temperature probe. You're dangerous, especially near the high voltage stuff. All right. Options and extras. Graphics. Benchmark mode. Loop. on, start. I don't know how to end benchmark mode, but I gotta make sure that everything in here survives and nothing like melts down. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't give it like a full test. I don't know if any of the games I'm playing right now really stress it out. It is making some noises right now, though. Actually, that blue LED is pretty cool because it's like illuminating the inside pretty nicely when the fans are on full. That's pretty bright. That's cool. That means that shit has hit the fan and everything is quite hot. Come on, arm. There we go. There's better focus. I might want to change out those resistors so that the what do you call it? So that the LEDs are a bit brighter. But I don't have the time to do that. So the input fan is cool, and the input fan all the way on the end is cool. Or sorry, the output fan on the end is nice and cool. The input fan in the middle is extremely cool. The output fan here is quite warm. I mean, I guess I could do like every other with it, but I think it's well within parameters. The Vicor ranging modules operate in the 90 to 110 C round range. Not mine. Mine run nice and cool. But you're saying they're capable of operating as such. Look at all that heat coming off of the graphics card. And there's absolutely no heat in the connectors. A little bit in the graphics card. We can see that the graphics card is getting used. Oh, it's voltage regulation modules. Okay. I thought they would be a little bit more vain than that. So blue and orange is apparently the theme. Oh, there's a 3D print, a bunch of 3D print schmutz sitting in there. That's the name of the game. God, even the USB connectors are kind of warm. So this will work in conjunction with the desk fans. The desk fans are going to pull air from the outside world through the tray. I've got a bunch of big fans that do that. So those will help this thing not be totally taxed. The question is, I mean, we're at a solid 45 degrees C, so I think it's reached equilibrium. These are probably running at full. Oh, there's a little grinding noise when I push in on that. Shouldn't do that, then. Oh, that's a concern. I think some of the wire hits when it gets pushed in, and I'm concerned if I put the lid on, if it'll make that very slight grinding noise. And I think that grinding noise is the fan connection, the overall fan connection into the module. Now, what about the connector for the fans? That is in here, I believe. If we can see through that little gap with a thermal imager. I don't see any issue. Okay, all right, you're going to calibrate at just the right time. Hey, the thermal imager's looking pretty crisp, isn't it? How about that? That thermal image is pretty tight. Look at how good that looks. I'm impressed. I'm happy with everything today. I am happy that none of my shit melted down. I wish I could see that connector, though. I guess I can see it a little bit there. And it doesn't look like it's warm by any means, so... I think we Gucci, chat. I think we're pretty good. I mean, this does concern me, that connector over there. What is that at right now? $50C? 58C? What's 58C and F? My RAM is at 43. It's kind of like typical temperature. I don't know though. I mean, we know it's that connector causing all the heat. Now you can finally relax and play some games for a change. I'm not done yet. I need basically all of Wednesday to replace the... I need Wednesday to replace the cable connector for the hard drive, sort that out. I need to sort out the front panel connectors, which I also should think about finding 5 volts for it, because I would love to run those Nixie tubes right there. I'm not worried about it right now, but soon. The power supply, I would suppose, is completely vetted out. I mean, we're pretty confident in it now, right? 46 degrees. By the way, if you're looking for a reference for what temperature the power supply is at, look at the tape. The tape is what's telling. You can see right now that the tape is glowing, whereas the heatsink is not. So, and the heatsink right next to the module is what's being measured. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. I mean, we've got about 40 degrees Celsius before we get to the temperature where the 3D print starts to break down. See, 44, there's going to be like a burst of heat, and then that gets into the heatsink and saturates it, and then all the fans turn on. And then all of that goes into balance. Yeah, and the barcode labels on the modules too. Yeah, you got it. You got it, you got it. It's quite toasty over on the module side. It's 56. This is why I was thinking, like, I guess I could 3D print a cover for the power supply. I was afraid of the temperature that it would reach. Looks like I probably could get away with it, although boxing that in might cause even more insipid heat to get in there. Boxing in the modules would be nice for safety purposes. Man, that's warm air. That is some warm air coming out of the side here. But right now, we are running Dirt Rally 2 in benchmark mode, so that's not an easy task. We're putting our hardware to task here. How's this doing? Well, PSU module's getting toasty. 54. And then out here, are we getting warm? God, even the cables are hot. That's pretty nominal. That's just because it's near the heatsink. I'm afraid of that cable melting, but I guess it's all right. And then our single case fan is all the way out here. What about the hard drive? Well, we can't see it right now, but I'm sure it's pretty toasty. The M2 drive, what Dirt Rally is stored in. Too bad you didn't put the power supply up top. What do you mean, up top? It's on the side. I mean, where else could I put it? Actually, the thing is, it sits in a keyboard tray. So the top of the case goes on top of this thing, right? And then this sits in a keyboard tray that is only a little bit larger than the case itself. So the top, while it does have access to a lot of cool air, the most cool air is coming in through the channel on the side, which is where this is. Yeah, this is kind of a confusing setup. The power supply is a couple high voltage modules on the side of the computer. That's what this is. And that's creating a whole lot of 12 volts. Keyboard trays are for snacks and not keyboards. There's a lot of hot air coming out of the front, too. I think that's because of this right here. That's just because the power supply is venting out this way. And I guess it's getting caught and coming forward. That connection right there is concerning. It's because those are 1 amp connectors and we're running 4 amps through it. Maybe not a good look. Drax Sains, thank you for following my weird project. Why is it rallying at night? Why is the benchmark at night? Thanks, Warhorse. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's like a labor of love. I basically found these power supply modules and said, hey, what if I could make them run a computer? That would turn some heads. And so here we are. By the way, it's much darker at the desk than this camera lets on to. Yeah, so for Dirt Rally, this is sort of settling out at 43C. I'm pretty excited. I'm just gonna let this bake for a little longer. Yeah, mil-spec stuff is pretty awesome if you get it to work. Don't I know it? I'm gonna get a soda. What, the night rally is because of lighting? Oh, reflections and stuff, okay. Look at how toasty it is. Man. It's running like a laptop. And the power supply is making grinding noises. They're very subtle. They sound like little electronic noises, like ear, ear. This thing's starting to cool off a little bit. I'm so glad this is so much quieter, though. It's not even that hot. That's amazing. Oh, that's perfect. More area on the heatsink, more fans on the heatsink. Everyone does lighter work. Oh, it's beautiful. If I move out of the way, there's a supply of cool air from the fan behind me that gets onto everything, and then it cools off even more. Like here, I'm going to get up and stand to the side. But the power supply has gone purple. Sorry, the graphics card has gone purple. Which goes well with the orange. I should get a bunch of purple LEDs for this thing. But it's good to have the blue kind of take over from the oranges. Those oranges need to be a little brighter. I should get slightly less strong LEDs. Try to just get the whole thing in the shot there. All right. Pretty cool. Pretty excited. My Athlon build was horrible. It sounded like a jet aircraft on the tarmac. That's what the old heatsink for this thing sounded like. Because it was a laptop fan that was like a pusher fan, so it had just straight fan blades on it. And those straight fan blades are really bad for sound. They were running into all kinds of turbulence and stuff. The other day, Tomato was talking about like farting on stream and how that would be banned, and I was like, oh, little do you know, little do you know. All right, I'm plugging it back in. Now that I have full confidence in the computer and I've seen it running and I know that nothing is going to explode, I will plug the fart box back in. You guys are a bunch of crazy people with that fart box. Now, I'm actually kind of far away from my emergency cutoff switch, which is concerning, but look at the heat propagating the entire computer. Jesus Christ. This front fan is really pulling a lot of work, isn't it? I apologize for nothing. Listen here. Now, I could cut the carbon fiber and put like a 60mm fan there. No, that's not really necessary. That's not really necessary. We got cool air coming in from the CPU, and that's causing a bit of turbulence. Everything else has natural convection on it, which is all right. Graphics card has fresh air from above coming in, pushing that out, causing turbulence around the front of the modules, keeping those cool enough. I got clean power coming in for once, which is the only not hot thing in that area. And then, well, the wires for the power supply are also okay. And then I've got 6 40mm fans sitting on this. Yeah, that's the power supply making grinding noises. Man, Dirt Rally really fucks up a computer, doesn't it? Oh, look, you can see the reflection of my shirt. Wonderful. Yeah, Dirt Rally really fucks up a computer. We're just going to run this for a minute until... I mean, I think I've got a pretty good sense of where the heat's balancing out. I think it's doing a great job. It seems like the fans are on full tilt, which is okay, because, I mean, while gaming, having the fans come on full is just fine. And we're not anywhere near the bad temp for 3D prints. 46, 48's a little bit more accurate. Graphics, 34, 47. Graphics card fan, 42. Side of the graphics card, 56. It's a little toasty in the corridor. 58. Yeah, it's a little toasty in the corridor, which is why this fan is totally necessary right here. Because that's blowing air inwards in order to try to cool stuff out. 34, about 50 on the connector, which is not great. 50 on the RAM, CPU, 39. Excuse me. 42 on the MOSFETs, 36 on the edge there. 47. It's pretty good, man. I mean, this is running Dirt Rally as hard as it can. I don't have like a proper benchmark in order to test it against other stuff. Not installed anyway. I don't like that grinding noise that this thing is making now. But if I quit Dirt, I think it'll stop. And I want to play Dirt Rally and I can't. I still have a lot of work to do on this. But I'll do that on Wednesday because I think this computer is pretty much done in terms of what I will show on stream. I think we've done it, chat. We did it, and we did it with a half an hour to spare. This thing has reached equilibrium, and the only additional thing that's going to block air is a panel of grating, what looks like this. I mean, it's like super open grating, so that's not really going to affect performance at all. We've reached an equilibrium temperature under heavy load. That doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, all games are not created equal, so there will be games that will be able to stress this thing out. But under heavy load, it doesn't sound like an aircraft carrier. Yeah, I did the thing, Lost Algorithm. I got the lights off so I can see what this thing looks like. It's too bad you guys can't see it under black light, like fully. You guys want to know what it looks like under black light? I took a picture of it the other night. Hold on. Here, let me get that over here. Let me get that over here. Oh, there's 6900 XT. You know, it would be really ironic if I bought a 6900 XT today. It's not really in focus. Hold on. That's what it looks like under black light, which is pretty amazing. But I'm not in a Spencer's Gifts, so I'm not running this computer at a Spencer's Gifts, so or a Hot Topic. Here, let's look at the power supply side so we get a full view. What's going on here? Look at that computer. It's doing computer things. It's getting warm. Quite indeed toasty. I mean, I'm glad to see that it's ejecting plenty of heat. Even the grating is getting kind of warm, but it's regulating the temperature at 46 degrees, 48 degrees. So I am happy with that. I should try to get like a DC clamp to see what kind of current this thing is taking right now. I guess HW monitor should do that. So here, I'm going to try to start up HW monitor, and we can see how much current this thing is running right now. Oh, I don't have a mouse because of game. Wait, no, there it is. Come back. Why is my mouse like pausing? I think it might be there might be grit on the surface. Let's do HW info. Run it. After the Gulf War, some of the Iraqis were selling the spoils of war, aka computers, as room heaters. What? That's pretty whack. Where's my HW monitor? Oh, it starts, I have it start minimized. All right, which one's HW info? I can barely see. These icons are so small. I see it. If I could just get the mouse to move to it. Okay, here. Clearly very, very visible. There it goes. Okay. Ah. Okay, no. I have a screen that is touchscreen that's mounted to Makerbeam that I could make a little stand with, and I should do that. All right, so what do we got? Well, first off, my mouse is so unreliable with dirt running. $34C in the cores. Usage, not a lot. It seems to like Core 2. Physical memory, video memory. All right, keep going. CPU, where's GPU? RPM on the fan. CPU, VIM, Logitech, C10, Vicor, etc. Drive warnings, none. Okay, it might be over here. Oh no, that's only, I think that only runs to the bottom of the thing, I guess. All right. GPU, 59 degrees C, 11.8 volts core voltage. I wonder if I could move the sense pin to be all the way up at the sense and then have it make sure that it's at 12 volts. There we go, 14 watts, 45 watts. Sorry, 45, 14, what? Oh, at 61 degrees Celsius, well, that's minimum and current. So the current is 40 watts. So 40 watts over, okay, can we, 40 watts, 12, what is it? It's 40 over 12. 40 over 12, 3.3 amps. That doesn't make sense. I guess that might be around where it's, what it's drawing. That seems wrong. Wait a minute, watts is V times I. So it would be, so it'd be watts over V, which is 40 over 12. 40 watts over 12 volts, which is not, how is it 3 amps? 40 watts over 12 volts, 12 volts, yeah, 40 watts over 12 volts. At 50 watts there for a second. Yeah, 50 watts. That's not a ton of watts. I don't know if I trust that though. I'd rather put the current probe on this because, I mean, 3 amps is a tenth of what this thing can handle, and it seems to be heating up a little bit. Didn't know where else to go. This is going to sound like a stupid question, but what's the but? What's after the but? Yeah, it's not using up a lot of amps because this is a tiny little screen and it doesn't have to render a lot of stuff for it. Yeah. They shouldn't be a lot of noise. Shouldn't be very audible, but hard drives make noise. Hard drives as in platter drives. I think it's a normal hard drive, not an SSD. A normal hard drive should make a little bit of noise, but it should be very, very little. So, yeah. So this thing isn't drawing a lot of current. Probably will draw a little bit more if I focus on this window, although it is still running. I think maybe their wattage estimate is a little off. Buzzing noise. See, the thing is, we don't, written description of the noise that a hard drive is making is not going to do a lot for us. Yeah. It's loud enough you can hear it across the room. That's not good. No, that's a failing hard drive. You don't want that. You don't want that in your life. You don't need that. Get out of there. Just run. Move to another city. Leave it all behind. All right, anyway, yeah, so we're using everything pretty nicely in our dirt, God, stop looking at me. In our dirt rally test. We probably could have it run more, oh wow, it made a different noise when I clicked away. So yeah, having the other window in focus did not stress out the power supply. But yeah, hardware monitor being what it is. I mean, 50 degrees Celsius and hovering around there. So pretty good. Hey Gormonk, how you doing, man? How's it going? Still waiting on that thing that I ordered. I don't know when they're ever gonna come in stock. Even a fan with a wire zip tied hitting the blades. Yeah, that's actually happening right now. If I touch this, there's a little bit of a grinding noise. I need to watch the wiring in there. Make sure that no wire gets close to the thing. But yeah, what we're doing right now is we're running my super duper custom PC, and I didn't put the lid on it yet, but we're using 3D printing in order to make this thing look good. Now right now I've got all the lights off because it's kind of crispy in the dark, and I wanted to take a look at it with all the lighting and stuff. This is not the final iteration. I have some wire tie downs that are printing right now on the 3D printer, and that will allow me to get to the end of this and finally button it up and start using it again. I've got a couple little things that I need to revise, but we're doing a heat test right now. This is my custom power supply. This has an auto ranging module that takes 120 volts in, turns it into 300 volts DC. How did you know these existed, oh bother? Well, I used to reverse engineer IEDs, and every now and then military hardware would get obliterated, and then they would just package up anything electronic and send it in. And so I got one of the circuit boards for these modules on my desk, and I went, holy fucking shit, this thing is really well built. Turns out we went to an obscure data sheet at the company, and we found the picture of one of the insides of the modules, and it was like, oh, that's what we have. So cool, I solved the case, and you know, the chief was like, turn in your badge and your gun, and I was like, you're a loose cannon, chief. Isn't that how that goes? Anyway, whatever. I figured out what the device was, and then I put that in my back pocket for a little while, like a year. And then I was like, I really want to build a PC that's really compact. I was like, how am I going to do that? Well, this is a computer car adapter. So this module right here, with 140 watts of power, it can take in 11 to 14 volts car power. That can take it in, smooth it out, make it nice and good, turns it into all the voltages that run a small form factor PC, a little ITX board or whatever you want to put in your car, motherboards, RAM, SSDs, fans, not a lot of current running around and all that stuff. Graphics card, that's where all the power is. Your processor and your graphics card are using up the most amount of power of both of these, but the processor is using about 95 watts in this case, and the graphics card gets up to 300. Well, doing the calculations, it's about 30 amps. About 600 watt power supply could provide power for everything with a little bit of overhead. So if I got a couple of these modules together, I can make 12 volts at up to 50 amps, feed it into everything else, and I can fully run this computer on 12 volts. That was 2011 I came up with that. That was before, what was it, like a couple months ago when they said that computers were just going to go to 12 volts ATX power standards? A couple months ago, maybe before. So I preempted that by like a decade. That was pretty cool. But it took a lot of engineering to put this thing together, and my friends hated me because I had a laptop fan on this. So this thing would be running, sounding like a vacuum cleaner. Now I've got 6 Noctua fans on it. 6 40mm Noctuas. Those are running slower on a heat sink that has more surface area. So they're not moving as much stuff, but they're cooling it off and keeping it at a pretty steady temperature when all is said and done. We're running Dirt Rally in benchmark mode because it's the only software I had that had a good benchmark to it. And everything appears to have reached its equilibrium temperature of around 50 degrees Celsius. So I'm pretty happy. I mean, these modules are designed to run like 90 to 110 is what Schmid said for the datasheet, which is ridiculous. That's like injure you temperatures. This is just warm to the touch. My concern was all of the 3D print getting close to the glass temperature, which in this case is 80 C. So I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah, 50 is a good equilibrium. I'm happy with that. In the keyboard tray, it might get more air passing over it, but overall, this is cool. And the effect of putting the lid on it is not going to be much more than what's already happening here. The lid is basically the same exact grid as everything else, so that's not really going to... God, stuff is falling all over the place when I try to grab it. That's not really going to block a whole hell of a lot of air. It'd be pretty cool. Hey, I can feel a little bit of heat coming out of that thing. See, it used to be that I would run the computer in the keyboard tray, and there was a hot spot on the desk above it. But I added exhaust fans to the desk, and that cools it off pretty nicely. Alrighty. Well. well, here we are. Now all I need to do is the additional work to put everything back together properly. I need to split this into 2 wires, the power buttons and stuff. Split it into 2 wires so that I can run it under and through the little wire links and up to where it needs to go. New cables coming in tomorrow for the hard drive. So that'll allow me to spiral wrap the 2 hard drive wires, as well as get the 4 power wires coming off of this thing going to the right spot. After that, I think it's just bolted all up and I'm done. Ha ha! Pretty happy with that. So these are oscillating. The fans are up and down. Yeah, we're doing it off stream. I think on Thursday we're going to work on tablets because that might take more than one stream to do. If not, we'll have to figure something out to do on Friday. But this is what I wanted to build up to. You guys can see now the computer functioning, and when I get it all put together, I'll tweet a pic of it when it's done. You know. I think I've been spoiled by SSDs and hard drives annoyingly loud because I have ADHD. Could be. People have been conflating the sensitivity to noise as like an ADHD thing, and I think that's more of a like an autism thing. And oftentimes they go a little hand in hand, and so I think maybe like sensitivity to noise, like distraction from noise is one thing. Sensitivity to it, I'm not sure that's related to ADHD. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I have ADHD, but I don't think that's a related thing. Misophonia is what it's called. Have you solved the print shifting and warping thing yet? No. Did you see what happened back here? Man, when I was printing out, I'm so frustrated with that. When I was printing this out, you can see it's like higher by like 1 millimeter. What is that? It's so annoying. That's a fair point. I could 100% be slightly autistic. I seem to have other traits that fall in like that. Yeah, it's, you know, whatever. It's whatever. I don't want to know. I don't want to take a test. But yeah, anyway, this is working pretty nicely. I need to reprint that back panel when I have time. I'm going to try to run my printer on the Z-axis. Like when all is said and done on this thing, because I don't really need to, but I should. When all is said and done on this, I'll revisit some of the printing. And I might want to turn it gray. I might want to gray this all out, because I don't like the look of the anodized aluminum next to this. I could make the rails black, but then I would really want to anodize the heatsink black. I think that would be really cool if I could do that, but I'm not gonna. That's too much. That's too much. Yeah, 47 degrees C. This thing seems to be pushing a lot of air around. It's doing great. So where was that guy that said that this thing would overheat and fail? Where's that person? Because this thing worked perfectly the first time I turned it on. Didn't even need to do anything to it. I may want to have a little dam right next to that capacitor, though. I have limited patience for visual noise where it's expected. Animated GIFs in chat? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't particularly enjoy having animated GIFs in chat. They're fun, though, when you can cater them, you know, to your own needs. It's just my channel doesn't have the same personality as other people's channels, and so you can bring all the animated GIFs from another channel in here now, which is... I don't know. I don't like it. I'll get used to it, though. I'll get used to it, though. Yeah, we're still just running dirt. It's just running dirt, and this whole area is getting kind of warm. Speaking of heat, this PC has a 3080 in it. I've heard they run hot. I hope it's not a problem. This isn't a... This is not a 3080. Oh, yours. Okay. All right. Well, yeah. I'm weighing my options between 3080 and the 6900 XT because I'm ready to say fuck NVIDIA. I've always been an AMD fanboy. Always. But everybody gripes about support, which concerns me. You know, am I going to be able to run games? Probably yes. But are there going to be driver updates for games? Probably no. Am I that concerned about running AAA games? Not typically. Something might come out that I'm concerned about running, but am I looking particularly for a new computer right now? No. I think I might... I think I should have woken up early to get to Best Buy. I know, right? I think I might have to wait until next generation to do the super duper water-cooled PC. That's why we did this. That's why we did this. Because I may have to wait another generation. So I decided to do a really nice looking case for what I have. I've got an AMD motherboard that's got all the nicest stuff on it, though. Yeah, is this why I saw people camping at Best Buy? They did a major release, yeah. They did a major release of lots and lots of cards. Founders editions at Best Buy. Ugh, careful. Yeah, we're looking good here, guys. This is I'm happy about this. This is a major improvement. Yeah, modern supply chains, huh? Can't beat them, can't join them. One thing that I was thinking about is I wonder, and I guess I'm not going to do it, but what if I did run that heat pipe in this entire heatsink? Because it does appear. Bear with me a little bit here, chat. Bear with me. I'm gonna start talking to you. So, what I see happening here, because of the plastic that's in contact with the PSU, can I twist this without shutting it down? I gotta be careful about that. What I'm looking at here is a temperature gradient from the fans in the center to the fan on the side to the fan all the way on the end. And I'm thinking that there is a difference, a significant difference in temperature from here to here to here. Here is over the modules. Here is not over the modules. And so were I to pipe heat away from the centerpiece, I could even it out on the heatsink because there's quite a bit of overhang here. There's in fact a full 40 millimeters fan's worth, which is okay because when everything turns off, it will dissipate back out. But my thought is that if I take this height right here, God damn it, camera. Okay, if I take this height of the base plate of the heatsink and I mill out a trough, I could put a heat pipe in that trough and then it would dissipate the heat on the heatsink more evenly. I guess it doesn't really need to. The modules themselves are not getting into any territory where they're even remotely threatened. That's like 50 degrees Celsius. It's way below their operating parameters. So I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. Just trying to ensure the longevity of my electronics, you know? Heat is the death of electronics. All right, so now we should shut it down and see how the heat dissipates out. So let's get out of the rally thing. Let me give you guys an overall view. We're going to shut this thing down and we'll see how it dissipates the heat. I'm going to get over to here. Man, good to know everything functions on this computer still. Exit. Continue. Okay. Escape. All right, that's shut down. Now all the power requirements are going to go way down. What is up with the mouse today? It doesn't like this surface. Our computer's doing some horrible things. No, it seems okay. All right. I'll let that run for a second. Now, it's going to take a little bit to get down to idle. I think. It didn't take very long on the previous system, but that's because it blew like an absolute fucking nightmare fuck ton of air through the heatsink. But this heatsink has quite a bit of surface area on it, and it looks like it's starting to drop a little bit. It's not even warm to the touch. I mean, it is like warm to the touch, but it's not even hot. Ridiculous. It's gone explode. Everybody look out. if I turn this off, the PSU fans will still function. I'm going to let the system run for a minute so the graphics card can come down in temperature. Although technically, I mean, I guess letting it dissipate in free air while off is probably better for it, right? I don't know. Nah, maybe moving the heat away from the electronics is better. Is it better to do that or to let it slowly cool down? It's really splitting hairs, though, to be honest. But I mean, heat is the death of electronics, right? I need dry ice. Somebody get dry ice. The fans are barely spinning now. This is the whatever it's called, the ACX 3.0. ACX just means your fans can turn off, which they're doing. And actually, while just like browsing the internet, these things will make little noises. They'll go, they'll make little like weird electronic noises, which is them trying to start up, and they'll just like twitch just a little bit. Yeah, high-end CPUs, PSUs keep the fans going after you shut it off. Yeah, just to get it all the way down to temp. Somebody followed and it didn't appear on the screen. What happened? Cenobite OffSec. What? The Cenobites. I tell you guys, I watched all the Hellraiser movies. All of them. From start to finish in a marathon. Oh my God. If ever there was a strong start, by the third movie, I was regretting the decision, and there are like 14. By the end of it, it was basically just like B scripts that were rewritten with Cenobites in them. It was, oh my God, it was a gauntlet. Saw the original Hellraiser in theater. That one was good. The, God, the special effects were so well done on that. So this thing is still powered on. The computer's still on. Everything is still connected. We're at 42 degrees. These fans are not on anymore. They're on their lowest setting. They should technically be on, but they're not. So I guess there's like a range for this thing to turn them on. And I think I put something in the code where if they're supposed to run slowly, it'll give them a little boost to get them spinning and then turn them down. That's essentially what ACX is. That's built into the Noctuas. I don't know if it's built into these. But those are running. The case fan is still blowing a little bit of air. A little bit of air. God, that's like almost nothing. Case fan is blowing a tiny bit of air through the system. We're doing pretty good. CPU fan, of course, is still going like it has nothing better to do. All right, let's turn this thing off then. Oh yeah, that picture. It's my boy, the Y-Wing. Nobody likes the Y-Wing. I like the A-Wing. I like the super powerful wing that can't lose. Oh, you got a Y-Wing? You're instantly dead because you got a Y-Wing. I like Y-Wings. Everybody fucking, like, they just explode. All right, shut down. They don't get enough credit. Star Wars sucks. Careful. Careful. If I wasn't a Star Trek fan, I would, wait, what isn't shutting down? This app is preventing shutdown. There's nothing. Okay, all right, see you later. It's not really an either or. It's like choosing between fantasy and fiction or whatever. Choosing between science and fantasy fiction, you know? It's not even a comparison that I think needs to be made. I think it's a pointless comparison. Just jaded from the new movies. Oh God. So I mean, the new movies for every franchise, let's be fair. They really got to stop making movies. Island Jer subbing 8 months saying hi. Hey, Island Jer, how you doing? This thing is now fully powered off. Yeah, it's still making the ringing noise. Shuttlecraft should be boxes to bring red shirts to their deaths. Ah, you're a TOS fan then. I still think Deep Space Nine is the greatest example of Star Trek, but that's something people will fight you over. This looks fun. Yeah, man, we had a good time today. Let's put you up on the board. Bop. Up on the board you go. Now, keep in mind, I had a fan at my back the entire time while using this, which is kind of what I do anyway. So I had a fan blowing plenty of air sort of into the area, but I was blocking it with my body. So there was a little bit of air exchange going on. But for the most part, I mean, nothing was really that stressed out. So I'm super happy with that. The crazy stuff is going to happen when I upgrade the system to modern stuff. Island Jerry right by Short Lurker and Kilroy 79763. Corday 99's right there. Wayne Johnson. Spam Shot. That's one to look out for. Yep. It was to build around the Special Slim PSU, because originally I actually put all the hardware into this small form factor. Here, let me turn back on the lights. Setup, lights, desk. There it goes. Man, there's a big delay with the Stream Deck today. The original idea was to build it into a small form factor PC case. I had a blower card, and I cut a hole for the blower card in the bottom of it, and so the blower card would move air straight out, and then I cut a hole for the fan. Fan would move air in and then around, and I guess it exited somewhere. I think I gave it a big vent under something. But then I, from having a brick power supply, I built this to fit that small form factor, and then I decided to make it an open air case using Makerbeam. But in order to do that, I bought some steel speaker. I can't talk. I bought steel speaker grill. That look got kind of old, and this is a little rattly. And so the upgrades to this system involve quieting down the power supply and giving it a look. Supplementing that look with a 3D printer in order to print the gratings, in order to attach the gratings to the Makerbeam, and in order to lock down some of the loose stuff that was rattling around the case. I flipped the graphics card over, put it on a cable. That's a little close over there, but I guess it's okay. Nothing exploded. And this is now locked down, so I can actually travel with this thing and it won't completely detonate when I take it over to a friend's house. I'm happy about today. We got a good test. I just have a couple more things that I need to fix before I consider this done. On Thursday, we are going to pull out the tablets, and we are going to finish the refurbishings of the tablets, which is, I have completely forgotten where anything goes on those tablets. I might have to pull up the VODs. So I still got a Wednesday ahead of me to get everything together on the computer and get that back together, but that's very nearly ready to go. I also have to remake that temperature wire. That's okay, I can do that though. But we got a good test of the thing going, and so I'm fully confident in it now. So confident that it should explode soon. Oh yeah, the underside of the PC. You guys some of you haven't seen that yet. The underside of this thing is, of course, where all the wires are going. Oh God, there's stuff all over the place. Okay. Where all the wires are, and I need to just organize that a little bit more. Holy hell. Yeah, you might want a little bit of air. Same with how's that M2 drive doing? Not nearly as warm as this thing. Have you checked out metal wood type filament? I've done wood type filament for, oh wow, oh, it got so warm it distorted. Oh boy, okay. All right, so I guess the SSD might need a little fan, huh? Well, that's where this thing can come in handy. I could put this in a way that it would force air across that. It's probably not that hot, but it is getting quite warm. I did not expect that. Well, anyway, when I place that and everything, I might put this somewhere. This is a 24-volt fan, but if I put it on 12 volts, it'll still run. It'll just move just a tiny bit of air to keep that cool. That's crazy. I didn't know that got so warm. I don't want it to overheat, because then it'll fail, just like my other one did. This thing originally was sitting out in the open air, so I thought SSDs actually like heat. It helps them erase blocks faster. Where was the PSU from? I built it. It's a custom PSU. It's made out of power supply modules. The power supply modules are from a company called Vicor, and they're expensive. This is a passion project, and I really wouldn't suggest that anybody go out and do exactly what I did. I had people comment on Reddit that they wanted to do the same thing, or they wanted me to make one for them. And when I told them how much that would cost for my time and for you know, the power supply modules, they stopped messaging me. So I don't know if it's really an endeavor that you should go down. There are also fancy super duper designer power supplies nowadays. You don't have to do this. Man, why did it distort my desk right there? Just memeing. All right. Yeah, all right, we're done for the day. I'm gonna be back on Thursday doing something new. We'll work on the tablets. God, this thing is like a little molten computer over here. What's Robo's doing? Ah, RimWorld. I could raid Robert. Atlas painting with Borb. All right, you guys know where you're going. I'm just gonna, like, I know I should probably like raid people, but yeah. All right, I'm out. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the subs and the gifts and stuff. That was amazing. I got work to do. I'm gonna do it. Spend my Wednesday doing it so I can get my butt off of this stool and sit at my regular desk again, so I can actually listen to music and stuff with decent headphones and whatnot. God, that'll be nice. But anyway, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. See you on Thursday. Get out of here.